Wow, what a cool intro. Isn't it just awesome? Isn't that just amazing? I think we could probably get started. First of all, let's turn this down just a little bit. And this just a little bit. And switch over to this. And turn this on. What's up, gamers? So last time we played, we did a bunch of dungeons, and we did a majority of the Manderville questline in A Realm Reborn. I think we just have like one more little section, so we're gonna do that right off the bat. And then probably just get back into MSQ. There's not too much side content I want to do. And I can save some of the hard mode dungeons for when they're a bit more relevant. I could do some now, but, you know. Ah, yes. Peak male performance. The ideal male body. Incredible. Amazing. So, before we get started though, I have a few things. I have a chocobo head now. And they recently made it so you can dye these chocobo pieces. Used to be only yellow. So I can use that for fun stuff if I want. Also, let's just go ahead and summon the chocobo. So you can feed your... Ooh, man, it's like slightly green, but that's okay. I actually kind of like that. So you can actually recolor your chocobo companion by feeding it specific stuff in a certain order. It's kind of just like adjusting the RGB value, essentially. But I decided to have a black chocobo because black mage, hey, why not? And I remembered, aka I looked up, where to actually get the Black Mage Chocobo Barding, and it's the achievement guy in Gridania that I completely forgot about. So now I have that. But I can make it even more, because I have some other Bardings as well. Let's check this out. Ooh. Got like a beard. Kinda nice. Probably just rock the Black Mage stuff for now, though. Almost rank 5, too. Yeah, current color, deep wood green. So it's supposed to be soot black. But, yeah. Can't always rely on stuff, I guess. It's essentially impossible to figure that out on your own. So there's like a third-party website that I went to. And it was either wrong or I put something in the wrong order. As simple as that. Okay, enough of that. We can go do more Manderville stuff, which we left off in Vesper Bay. We can go ahead and teleport there. The Business of Betrothal. Ah, there you are. I've been doing some investigating of my own since we last parted. I believe I found our Lapis Maiden. The girl's name is Arabella, daughter of one Master Gugurimu, a prominent member of the East Aldenard Trading Company. Her eyes and hair a most exceptional shade of blue. Her beauty is the talk of the Sultanate. Her purported beauty, I should say. You see, none have actually seen the girl in the flesh. Apparently her father is the overprotective sort. Some say that the maiden has never set foot outside the family's well-guarded estate. That's just kind of sad, isn't it? But all this is about to change. Rumor has it that the girl is to be wed, and not just to anyone, mind you, to the heir of the Brugere Consortium. The formal announcement is set to be made at a commemorative feast to be jointly hosted by the two family businesses. The venue is Costa del Sol, where preparations are going on as we speak. Word on the street is that the bride-to-be will be making a rare public appearance. It is there that the thief intends to strike. I couldn't be more certain of it. Piqued your interest, have I? My sources tell me that the bride's father is already in Costa del Sol, overseeing the preparations. This is one scoop I'm not going to miss, and you're welcome to come along. Well, at least I have your permission, I guess. I guess I can show up. I have been pinged. Why have I been pinged? Oh, okay. Superfluous ping. Got caught in the crossfire. Isn't that great? This is Master Gugurimu of the East Aldenard Trading Company and father of the bride. Let's see what he can tell us. Yep, he looks like a member of the syndicate, all right. You're not one of my associates. This banquet is for invited guests only. If you have no business here, be on your way at once. Beg pardon, good sir. My name is Ellie, reporter for the Mithril Eye. I might have just a moment of... Ah yes, that two-gill sensationalist rag. Fucking got her, holy shit. Savage. I read your tiresome screed about the self-styled Phantom Thief and his letter of challenge. You have come to tell me my daughter is in danger. I can assure you that your concern is entirely unwarranted. I have not kept my Arabella safe to this day to see her whisked away from me by some fly-by-night rogue. I have spared no expense in securing the best protection that money can buy. What about the best protection that money can't buy? Oh my god. The brass blades? I don't know, I don't think, I don't know if they're that good. Especially these guys. The brass blades of the Gerbera, an elite unit of the most lethal swordsmen in the Sultanate. They say one of them once caused a man's heart to burst just by looking at him askance. The moment they set eyes on the would-be thief will be his last. Oh, they look kind of goofy to me. If the thief is obliging enough to allow himself to be seen, or do those goggles serve some purpose other than making the wearer look utterly ridiculous? Ooh, it's that dude. Consulting Inspector Briarden, your reputation precedes you. And what, pray tell, would you propose? I promised some of the wealthiest men in the realm that my daughter will be attending the festivities. To renege on my word would have dire implications for the family trade. My proposal is a simple one. Entrust the investigation to me. The thief will be in shackles before the banquet commences, and it will cost you not a whit of your precious gil. Very well, let us see if your reputation is deserved. But consider yourself warned. Greater fortunes than you will ever know hinge upon this banquet. I will not tolerate any disturbances. Such touching concern for his coin purse. If only he could muster the same for his daughter. But do tell, Inspector, after he slipped under our noses the last time, what makes you so confident that you can catch our thief this time around? Our man may boast 1,000 faces, but he has but a single modus operandi, and it is painfully obvious. A letter of challenge. A precious treasure whisked away from its rightful owner in the broad light of day. This tells me that our thief is an attention seeker with supreme confidence in his abilities. Doubtless he means to target the maiden, using the same methods he used to abscond with the treaty blade. Even now, the fiend is in our midst. Having assumed the identity of someone who will be in close proximity to Miss Arabella at the feast, I have already narrowed the field. Arabella's betrothed, Vanis, would be a most obvious target for our thief. So too would his father, Morgant. Yalto Noltal and his wife, Sainana, the guests of honor, will give a toast to the couple's happiness. Both will be standing close to the stage where the bride-to-be is set to appear. I don't think I've ever seen a Lollifa with that hairstyle before. Needless to say, we cannot rule out Gugurimu himself. Finally, we have Leonhardt, a steward to Gugurimu's estate and Miss Arabella's personal attendant. All the key players, save for the Lapis Maiden herself, have assembled in Costa del Sol. Doubtless the Phantom Thief lurks among them, his face concealed, gathering information and planning his course of attack. We will begin our questioning of the suspects immediately. Should you encounter any suspicious individuals, you are to report back to me at once. Well, well, well. Hildebrand Manderville. I can smell the stench of idiocy and incompetence from a malm away. The pleasure is all mine, contriving Inspector Briardine. Forgive me for not revealing myself sooner. I was simply conducting a bit of preliminary undercover investigative work. Get to see through my ingenious disguise with such ease. Yes, I dare say your powers of observation rival even my own. Fear not, friends. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have arrived to defend the maiden's honor as only a Manderville man can. Like how his idea of a disguise is just to like dye his stuff maroon and wear goggles. He does realize there's still a fish on his head, doesn't he? Good Inspector, I realize we have not seen eye to monocle in the past, but a fair maiden's virtue, mayhap her very life, is at stake. From one gentleman to another, let's put aside our differences. Yes, I would welcome your assistance in this case. Also, hold up, you can't see it? Let me turn my webcam off. She's just there. She's just right there. She's just being chilling right there. Also, I just realized something. Okay. Me assist you? Aren't you a funny man? Oh, it makes no matter. My plan is so flawless, not even your bungling can interfere this time. If you wish to assist me, you may do so by keeping watch over the suspects. In the meantime, I have a promising lead to investigate. I shall return before the banquet begins. While I know this may be asking much, do not try to do anything too stupid in my absence, will you? I would speak with you, but not here. I will be waiting for you outside Costa del Sol. Come quickly, for we do not have the luxury of time. I don't know why you trust me so much. I could be the Phantom Thief the whole time. You've come. Excellent. With that buffoon suitably distracted, we can get to more important matters. But before we proceed, what might I call you? An unremarkable name, but it will suffice. Now answer me this, Fafalan. You were there when the Phantom Thief, in the guise of Lady Ul'dah, stole off with the treaty blade. Was there anything about our foe's disguise that struck you as particularly noteworthy? That's for me to know. Also... there we go. The perfect mannerisms. How about that? Intriguing. Where most would point out the sheer physical perfection of disguise, you turn an eye within. A thorough inspection of the mask left behind at the scene revealed a tiny prism sewn into the fabric. It is this stone that allows him to change appearances at will. And yet, like you, this was a secondary concern to me. From movements to mannerisms to that utterly obnoxious personality, the thief did not merely look like Lady Drilda, he was her. Such a feat could not be accomplished by magical trickery alone. We are dealing with a clever and thorough criminal, not content to rely on his ample powers of disguise. He studies his targets closely before assuming their identities. He emulates them utterly and completely, that not even their closest friends or family could detect that aught is amiss. All the key players arrived in Case of Sol 3 days ago, when preparations for the banquet began. This would afford our thief more than enough time to study his would-be target. And yet, some disguises are more challenging than others. Put yourself in the mind of our phantom. If you were the thief, whose identity would you first assume? Probably a brass blade if I had to guess. Precisely. Clearly you are far less useless than the bumbling inspector whose company you keep. Strong in number, few of words, able to come and go as they please, a fearsome reputation to scare away any who would draw near enough to realize something was amiss. An ideal entry into Case of Sol for our man. Deducing as much, I made a point to question brass blades in the area. Little to my surprise, I learned that there was one man who had not been seen at his favorite alehouse for 3 days past. Our thief has not made a habit of wanton murder. Doubtless the poor man is lying naked in a ditch not far from here. In addition to general security duties, each of the blades has been assigned to serve as bodyguard for one or more of his guests. The man can tell us of his assigned charge, like as not. His answer will reveal the current identity of our thief. Our thief would not have had the time to carry the unconscious man far. I will canvass the immediate area. Begin your search on the outskirts of Case of Sol. Okay. I do that. Like maybe right down here. I have a feeling that I just need to go like right down here, you know. I can also fly, I forgot about that. Whee! Giant enemy crab! Well, hello, sir. Excellent. You are one of the less incompetent assistants I have worked with. Thank the gods. Please, free me from these chains before the snippers eat me alive. There. Now tell me all that you can remember about what happened to you, and try to be brief. We just arrived in Case of Sol, had a briefing of sorts. Master Gugurimu gave us each our orders, who would be looking after and the like. Had a mind to tour the area, get my bearings. Next thing I knew, I felt a thwack on the back of my head. When I came to, here I was, stripped to my skivvies. Much to the chagrin of those of us who have to look at you. You say you received orders from Master Gugurimu? Who was to be your charge? My memory's hazy, but one was Morgant, father of the groom. The other was a Lalafellan gent from Limsa. Ul'dah. Now try your best to remember. Were there any other guests with whom you were ordered to interact? Come to think of it, yes. There was also the steward, Leonhardt. I was to review with him the schedule of events, discuss the protection of key supplies, that sort of thing. Morgant, Ul'dah, and Leonhardt, thank you. For an incompetent fool, your testimony has proved astonishingly enlightening. I shall see this man back to the city and into the possession of some new clothes, after which I shall return to Case of Sol to continue the investigation. Go on ahead of me, and for the love of the gods, just make sure that imbecile doesn't cause too much trouble in my absence. Oh, we shall see about that. Inspector Briardane seems to have taken a liking to you. You should be proud. As you can see by his treatment of someone we know, the man doesn't suffer fools lightly. Ah, there you are, friend, and not a moment too soon, for I was about to commence my investigation in earnest. Tell me, did you and Inspector Briardine's avenue of inquiry bear fruit? Yeah, kinda. Morgant, Yaltol, Noltol, and the steward Lewenhart, you say? This does not surprise me. Yes, I had considered them all exceptionally suspicious from the start. With the Lapis Maiden in danger, we cannot afford a moment's delay. I, Hildebrand, shall have our thief in shackles before the Inspector returns. Fear not, friend. The Inspector shall be none the wiser. Ha ha! If he had hoped to nab the fiend for himself, he should not have simplified the task for me so. There is one of our suspects standing suspiciously under the canopy over there. Just you wait, friend. I shall rip the mask from your face and reveal you for the rogue that you are. We'll see about that. Lucky father of the grim-to-be, or the fiend who would sully the maiden's virtue, in a matter of moments all shall be revealed. Are these people... I think these people are doing the same quest, they're just like skipping through all the dialogue. Like, what's even the point? Why even do it if you're not gonna read the dialogue? The side quest. I am Vannes, heir to the chairmanship of the Brugere Consortium, and who exactly were you again? Oops. All I have done to raise Arabella to a beautiful young woman has been in anticipation of this day. I've never been more proud to call myself her father. Alright, dude. Stand back, friend. The man we pursue is a criminal mastermind. The merest slip of the tongue could put our case, nay, our very lives in danger. But have no fear, Miss Ellie. Ready your quill, that you might record my every word as I employ the time-honored art of parley, handed down from Manderville men of ages past to reveal our foe. I can think of a few topics that would interest my readers less than your blatherings. Just catch the thief so I can have my story, would you? Don't worry, Inspector. I brought my quill and journal too. Your adoring fans won't miss a word. Capital. That is why you are my favorite assistant, Nashu. Now behold, as I ensnare our prey with a web of words, leading to his inevitable demise. Good day, Master Gugurimu, and a fine day it must be, for you most of all. Allow me to offer my most heartfelt congratulations on your betrothal to the enchanting Miss Arabella. What is this nonsense? Arabella is my daughter, you... Just, who in the seven hells are you, anyway? Guards! Guards! Now hold your chocobos, Gugurimu. I recognize the lad. This is Hildebrand, agent of inquiry and inspector extraordinaire. Come to save the lovely lass from the clutches of the phantom thief, have ye? I reckon we owe the man our gratitude, eh, Vannes? The phantom thief? Balderdash and rot, if you ask me. That said, my betrothed must be quite the beauty, indeed. You have such rumors told about her. Perhaps she's worthy of me after all, haha. He exudes an unusual degree of confidence for such an effete, fashion-challenged youth. Most suspicious. He's a damn sight easier on the eyes than you. That's me, Vannes, ever calm in the face of danger. Truly his father's son. Worthy heir to the Brugere Consortium, and a worthy match for my daughter, I must say. Yes, I foresee many years of prosperity for our families. Or family, I should say. Ho-ho. Which reminds me, Master Vannes. Arabella, or maybe it's Vans? I'm just gonna say Vans, because that's cool. Arabella asked me to convey her gratitude to you for the golden clasp you sent some months ago. It has not left her neck since that day. Oh, that little trinket? 'Twas nothing. Tell your daughter the greatest treasures in the realm will be hers once we are wed. Ah ha ha. The time honored Manderville. Let me just some Zen really quick. Oof. The time-honored Manderville art of parley. We'd be sleeping with the fishes now had Morgant not spoke up on...
Sloppy!
Indeed. We'd be sleeping with the fishes now had Morgan not spoke up on your behalf. That said, nothing about the interactions between the three struck me as particularly unnatural. Ha ha ha, let us not rush to conclusions, Miss Ellie. A gentleman fancies a more methodical approach. Yes, everything is proceeding according to my master plan. Whoops, I was supposed to be taking this down, wasn't I? Everything is proceeding according to my master plan. I sought only to earn the trust of the families before confronting Untold and Leonhardt, who have aroused my suspicion from the start. We have a thief to apprehend. Oh, also, you'll be pleased to know that I did add that turtle sound. I don't know if I mentioned that last time. Untold and Leonhardt. One of the two wears a mask, but which? With a few words, all will be revealed. Renting out Master Gagaruju's private property would be almost unthinkable for most folk, but guild talks and neither the Brugere Consortium nor the East Ul'dah Trading Company are in danger of running their coffers dry. Oh, how I am looking forward to meeting Miss Arabella. They say many a song is sung of her beauty. Mind you, there was a song or two sung of me in my day. I mean, I guess. You're alright for a potato. This dude, though. This guy can tuck me into bed, you know what I'm saying? I have not seen your faces around here. With the East Ul'dah Trading Company, are ye? Not quite. But why, yes, good sir. Very much with them. Some might even say we are the East Ul'dah Trading Company. Ha ha ha. Oh, pleasure to meet ye. You tell, is the Lapis Maiden as lovely as they say? Sainana here's no slouch herself, but like me, she's getting on in years. No offense intended, my dear. Oh, but where are my manners? Nolto, the Brugere Consortium, and this is me wife, Sainana. I look forward to many profitable dealings with you and yours in the moons and years to come. Aye, I dare say this wedding and the joining together of our family businesses couldn't be happening at a better time, what with all the manner of fell beasts and beastmen taking aim at our wares. Why, just the other day, a shipment of imported foodstuffs was waylaid by the Mandragoras. Nasty buggers, the lot of them. If I were 20 years younger, I'd dice them up myself and make a salad out of it. Ye have heard of the Mandragoras, haven't ye? But of course. I once spent a year honing body and mind with the fist of Ralgar. My fellow monks and I would chant several hundred mantra whatsits a day. And your food stores were occasionally raided by the ruthless band of rogue vegetables known as the Mandragoras, yes? Would it kill you to read the Mithrili and educate yourself from time to time? Fearsome lot they are. Rumor has it that they'll not rest until every fruit or vegetable harvested for consumption has been freed from captivity. Why, they struck at the larder here just days ago. Our supplies were decimated. Fear not, my lady. I was able to arrange for an emergency shipment to replace the stolen produce. It arrived safely some time ago. Settle down, Sainana. Forgive me, wife. She's always saying how meat is bad for her figure. And with that, I'd best go prepare me speech. Carry on, lads. Criminy. None of these three were suspicious in the least, but we must not give up hope, lest he of many faces have the last laugh. If there is a will, a gentleman shall find a way. Come, Nashu, we must move quickly, or the Lapis Maiden shall not be the only one to come to harm. You speak so fast, Inspector. The sign of a quick mind, I'm sure. Now, where was I? Give up hope. He of many faces will laugh last. The Lapis Maiden shall not be the only one that comes to harm. I'm not sure that captures the Inspector's intended meaning. This is no time for us to be standing around. Inspector Briardine will be back any moment now, and he's not the type to suffer excuses. Quite so, Miss Ellie. Fortunately, I have a plan. Let us investigate the foodstuffs of which Master Leonhardt spoke. Should we find any contradictions in his testimony, we can consider that man the man a prime suspect. Inspector Briardine will be back before long. Come, Nashu, this is no time for delay. Some of those coconuts don't look like coconuts. They don't really look like coconuts either. Those are just big-ass coconuts. Hold up. Oh, it's... okay. Yes, it's like not technically there, huh? Look at this. Now there's water. Now there isn't. Now there's water. My god. These crates must contain the foodstuffs of which okay. Do it. Crates of assorted foodstuffs and a veritable host of luscious-looking coconuts. It appears that our man Lowenhart spoke true? Ye gads. Are those explosives I spy concealed amongst these coconuts? Perhaps I spoke in haste. It would appear that we have found our phantom thief after all. Oh, those are mine, Inspector. I was looking for a place to set them down, you see, and those coconuts were looking awfully lonely. Ashu, far be it for me to cast doubt on your choice of hobbies, but what in the name of the 12 would possess you to bring your creations to an investigation? Oh, they were so helpful in jogging your memory that one time. I just thought, does this mean you won't be needing this piece of driftwood either? Your enthusiasm is always admirable, Nashu, but in this event, I fear it's somewhat misdirected. Now, set the driftwood down over there and concentrate on taking your notes like the astute assistant you are. I say, we are most fortunate that confounding Inspector Briardine is otherwise occupied at the moment. Were he to chance upon the scene, he would veritably explode in rage. Now, let us dispose of these things before an errant ember sends us all to fiery demise. Confounding Inspector Briardine, explode, a fiery demise. Got it. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Uh-oh, don't look now, but someone has returned at the absolute worst possible time. You two are supposed to be keeping an eye... Oh, excuse me. You two are supposed to be keeping an eye on the suspects and staying out of trouble, yes? The inspector will have a fit if he sees you here. But Miss Ellie, should Inspector Briardine come upon these explosives, the consequences will be even more dire. Atheline and I will see that the inspector keeps a wide berth of this beach. You two just get out of here and be quick about it. Quick thinking, Miss Ellie. Come, Nashu. We shall return for your creations once Inspector Briardine has been led safely from the scene. Investigation calls us and we must heed its cry. I don't know. All I have to do is lure him away from these crates. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? So, Hildebrand has managed thus far not to destroy anything. Consider me something almost resembling impressed. Indeed, but enough about Hildebrand. Atheline and I have been waiting to hear your latest theories. We should go somewhere quiet and... Excellent idea, Miss Ellie. Ah yes, that spot just over there by the crates should suffice. There of all places? But surely we could find somewhere more scenic. I'm not here on vacation, I'm here to solve a case. Besides, we cannot afford to have our conversation overheard. That junk-littered beach should afford us some welcome privacy. Yes, Inspector. Privacy indeed. Bloody hells. Don't worry. I'll figure out some way to lead him clear of the bombs. See about that. I think the tide is rising. Why am I yawning? I'm not even tired. Jesus. I think the tide is rising. We really should move to higher ground. Is it just me? Is there a bit of chill in the air? Perhaps we should go someplace warm. I, for one, welcome a respite from the sweltering heat. Besides, this will not take long. If you insist, Inspector. Through the questioning of a brass blade... Wait. Through the questioning of a brass blade attacked by our quarry, I have identified the 3 individuals most likely to be our thief in disguise. DeWitt, Morgant, Yaltal, Noltal, and Loenar. The 3 of us shall split up, with each of us keeping watch over... Ahem. Are the 2 of you listening? Of course we are. Beg pardon, Inspector. You look unwell, Miss Ellie. Perhaps you were right. I too feel a chill wind blowing in. Mayhap we should continue our conversation elsewhere. But there is no need. Wait here and I shall build us a fire. Ha ha ha, methinks the Inspector has taken leave of his senses. The chance of locating suitable kindling on these barren shores is infinitesimal. Here we are. This piece of driftwood should serve perfectly, and as fortune would have it, I just happen to have a flintstone on my person. There is no cause for alarm. 'Tis not blood that courses through the Inspector's veins, but ice. I cannot fathom a series of events that would lead such a calm and composed individual to lose his grip on that fiery torch. Remarkable insight, Inspector. I must record these words for posterity. Whee, it's flying! What have we here? Oh no. Everything is proceeding according to my master plan. Could this be another challenge from the Fiend? Surely you jest, Inspector. It looks nothing like his usual cards, see? Doubtless it's just idle ravings of some madman. Perhaps so, but we must exercise due caution. Ah, there are 2 more pages. Give up hope. He of many faces will laugh last. It is not the Lapis Maiden alone that shall come to harm. It is more direct than his previous challenges, but there can be no doubt as to the sender. What is this talk of another victim? The final page holds the answer, no doubt. The final page? Confounding Inspector Briardine will meet a fiery demise. Wah! You saw through the fiend's ruse, but how? Let's just call it reporter's intuition. Are you hurt? They're ringing in my ears, but otherwise no worse for the wear. You have my gratitude. Hildebrand Manderville, were you able to learn aught of the fiend who made this ignoble attempt on my life? I exhausted every effort, Inspector, yet I fear our quarry proves ever elusive. Excellent. I might have died of shock if you had. At any rate, our foe has revealed himself as no mere thief, but a madman who will resort to cold-blooded murder. We must redouble our vigilance lest the others come to harm. Vigilance. Yes, vigilance is the order of the day. What in the name of the gods? All's teeth. Wait. Did they change it? I swear he used to say Thal's balls. Everybody says Thal's balls. I've never seen anybody say Thal's teeth. What? Is this censorship? Did Square Enix censor Thal's balls? We must get to the bottom of this. Those vegetables cost us a fortune, and they're ruined. Ruined. Agent of Inquiry? More like Agent of Injury and Incompetence. You are to replace the supplies that you destroyed before the banquet begins, or I will see the entire lot of you rot in the jail. If they remove Thal's balls from the game, I'm gonna unsub. I'm just gonna say that right now. You can't keep getting away with it. First, they remove how very glib from, so, if you remember when we did Operation Archon, like last week, Gaius's speech was like, how very glib, and do you believe in Eorzea? They removed how very glib, and they just said, do you believe in Eorzea? Like, what kind of change is that? Like, why? For, like, 1 or 2 seconds of dialogue? Like, what? Anyway. Clearly, our thief has decided that my prodigious intellect presents the greatest threat to his schemes. Perhaps he is a more clever man than I thought. Is that a fish? I'm getting hungry. Thanks to our quick thinking, the bombs are no more and the inspector is none the wiser. 'Tis a shame to see good food go to waste, though. Those coconuts looked positively luscious. Would ask how he survived an explosion at point-blank range, but something tells me that's one more mystery better left unsolved. Good thing I'm indestructible. What was that terrible explosion coming from the beach? Is everyone safe? You're not. The fiend's artless attempt on my life has been thwarted. Sadly, your food supply did not escape unscathed. Master Gugurimu bids that the damaged ingredients be replaced with all speed. Good gods, this is no thief, this is a madman. As for replacing the ingredients, I fear that will prove a difficult task. Those crates contained imported vegetables of considerable rarity, you see. Vegetables that are in particularly short supply these days, what with the mandragoras at large. Even if I were to place the order immediately, it would likely take days to arrive. The mandragoras? I've heard of that fell band. Tell me, what manner of vegetables did they steal? The rarest was an import from the Far East. I do not recall the name, but it was very closely resembled the Eorzean dragon pepper, save for its color, which was a deep purple. Methinks you dost worry too much, Master Lewenhart. Our course of action is clear. We need only storm into the den of these overgrown weeds and steal your precious purple dragon peppers right back. Precious purple dragon peppers. Precious purple dragon pepper. Precious purple dragon pepper. Yeah, that's good. I would advise against that, Inspector. These are no ordinary mandragoras, but rather a bloodthirsty band of killers given succulent flesh. Even the brass blades of the Gerbera proved unable to resist them. Oh, a formidable foe indeed. Were only there a brave soul in our midst, with a want for taking on fearsome enemies, with not a shred of concern for his own well-being. Your eyes, friend, they speak to me. They say I, yes I, shall vanquish these rogue vegetables and deliver the purloined goods back to their rightful owner. You are truly a godsend, adventurer. One Sundimal of the Yellow Jackets has been charged with defending the roads from the Mandragoras. If anyone would have knowledge of their current whereabouts, it would be him. Without those ingredients, Master Guguremo is like to cook me instead. Please, friend, you're my only hope. A gentleman would never let his comrade face danger alone. Let us away to Limsa together. Let's see if we get an FPS hit here. Nah. You come for the Mandragoras, I fear you're half a bell too late, as were we, blast it all. To hear the poor merchant tell it, no sooner had he opened his cargo hold to check on a shipment of vegetables, than did an onion turn on him, screeching bloody murder. Fled his own vessel in sheer terror, he did. By the time he came to his senses, it had set sail without him. The merchant left for Aleport, hoping to recoup his losses. If you've a mind to go after the culprits, you might lend an ear to his sad tale. Ah, is the thrill of chase not invigorating, friend? The ferry docked by Fisherman's Bottom will carry us to Aleport. Let us swiftly be on our way. See, I could do that, or I could just, magically teleport there. Eek, don't sneak up on me like that. I thought you were a feral turnip, a murderous eggplant, or something like that. Think I jest, do ye? You'd be singing a different tune if a shot of tomato juice almost took out your eye, as it did mine. My eye. By the time I'd regained me wits, they'd already set sail with me ship and me livelihood. I'm ruined. Ruined. If I never see another bleeding onion till the end of me days, it'll be too soon. To hear most say it, the Mandragoras are a nasty lot, a right pain in the arse to farmers and provisioners the realm over. Let me tell ye, friend, that ain't the least of it. Freeing their fellow fronds from our larders and tables is but the beginning. The bulbous blackguards have a far grander scheme. Revolution. Madness, ye say? Take a ferry to the Isles of Umbra and see with your own eyes. A veritable vegetable kingdom where eggplants and turnips rule with an iron fist. This muscle-bound fellow with the dim expression. I could swear I've seen his face somewhere before. Bugger me, if it ain't the undead overlord what fancies himself a gentleman inspector. Which would make you... Aye, could it be? The adventurer what bested the thief and duelist in single combat? No. Not just brave, but humble too. Hells, if it had been me what did the deed, I'd be shouting my name from the top of every mountain in Eorzea. That's neither here nor there. Look, I don't know about you, but I ain't so keen on the notion of calling a bloody tomato your grace. And that's exactly the fate we're in for if we don't nip this revolution in the bud, and I mean that literally. As we speak, the Mandragoras are planting themselves a whole army of their own kind on the Isles of Umbra. You'd be doing the whole realm a favor if you could just go there and uproot them before the harvest comes. Many a case have I solved in my day, but I've not matched wits with sentient plant life before. This should prove quite exhilarating to the Isles of Umbra. Oh my god. You feel a hostile gaze upon you. Oh my god. Yeah, this is getting spooky. Oh, sir. What are you doing? Friend, my pursuit of the Mandragoras has led me beneath the surface. Yes, they must be down here somewhere. Where they at, though? Oh my god. Oh my god. They messed my chocobo up a lot. Impeccably fought, my friend. I only wish I had seen the battle with my own eyes. You may go on ahead to Costa del Sol. I shall be along as soon as I extricate myself. Alright. You say so. Face down, ass up. And yet he got here before me. What trickery is this? What took you so long, friend? The Isles of Umber are but a short sprint away. I trust you have brought along the goods we so bravely reclaimed. Sure did, bud. You return. I feared you might end up a tasty snack for a crazed head of cabbage. Just a short sprint, you know? Quick, you know, hop, skip, and a jump. The stolen foodstuffs. You've saved my hide today. Oh, but I must see if those purple dragon peppers are intact. Master Gugurimu is quite particular about his seasonings. Ooh, can I come too? I've never seen a purple dragon pepper before. That wild vegetable chase was a pleasant diversion, but it is time we return to the case. Now, there must be some clue that yet eludes us. Core, the peppers have changed color. What's this? Peppers that possess the same powers of disguise as our many-faced foe? A gentleman must needs investigate. Striking shade of blue, quite far from the purple that Master Lowenhart described. Perhaps we recovered the wrong crate? But look here, Inspector. The crate is clearly marked for Costa del Sol. How curious. Did I say purple? I meant a purplish blue. Or a bluish purple? The two colors are really quite similar when you think about it. These peppers have a most distinctive hue. No man could reasonably mistake it for any shade of purple. Unless, of course, he was wearing a very particular sort of eyewear at the time. Ah, the charade is up. After the man. It is as I suspected all along. The goggles have proved the key to cracking the case. With speed, Nashu. The fiend must be brought to justice. You can run, but you cannot... Ahaha! You thought you could outsprint this Manderville man, you were sorely mistaken. For pilfering a priceless blade, threatening a maiden's virtue, and untold crimes against the law-abiding citizens of Eorzea, I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, and Inspector Extraordinary, hereby place you under arrest. Done in by a snipper, a fitting end for an ignoble thief. Let us see what lies behind the mask. Ugh, where am I? Who are you? Everyone crosses their arms. Ah, playing the fool will avail you not. I suggest you come willingly. A gentleman is not given to violence, but should you attempt to resist, I disavow responsibility for any shattered skulls and broken bones. Wait, I remember now. I was on my way to meet with Miss Arabella when... Miss Arabella, I must find her at once. In my head. It would seem that this man wears no mask. This is the true Lowenhart. I swear on my life that it is so. I was en route to the estate in Wineport when one of the brass blades on patrol approached me. We exchanged greetings, and in the next instant, he turned on me. I fought desperately to defend myself, even managing to drive a kitchen knife into the man's right hand. In the end, though, he proved too strong for me. Now that you mention it, the imposter was wearing gloves. I knew there was something suspicious about him. There is still time before the banquet begins. Knowing our quarry, he has doubtless already assumed a new identity. And yet, he could not have foreseen this turn of events. It is unlikely that he had the time to thoroughly research his new target. Most importantly, we now know that the thief suffered a wound to his right hand. We need simply return to Costa del Sol and examine the hands of all present. Excellent plan, Inspector. While you do so, we shall accompany Lowenhart back to the estate, that we might ensure Miss Arabella's safety. Oh no. I have found you, my little one, so let me guess. You seethe with anger at those that took from you what was yours. Then it would appear our goals are in accord. Make for Costa del Sol and await my orders. When the time is right, revenge will be yours. The game is afoot, inspectors. Now, what mask shall I wear to the ball? I'm pretty sure that means that in the game files there is just a worn off face texture model. So, you know, think about that. Ponder that for a while. Gasp, do I dream? But I must say, for such beauty could not be of this world. A gentleman's heart swoons. Okay. How in the fuck? Because her dad is a Lalafell. How does this work? I guess... I guess I don't really know how this shit works in this universe, but I guess it works. Adopted? I guess it could be adopted. Then again, I guess it makes a little bit more sense to have a Lalafell man and like a Hyur woman. But rather than the reverse, but whatever. Miss Arabella, what are you doing out here? You must return to the estate at once. Oh, Lowen, always the worrier. Your concern is touching, but I am a woman grown. Besides, I just wanted to see the flowers. Didn't someone say she was adopted at some point? Now I've got to look this up. They might have. Or they might soon. I don't remember. Lovely though these flowers may be, they are as unsightly weeds when measured against your beauty. I am Hildebrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinary. Please call me Hildy. They might have said it already. I legitimately don't remember. The pleasure is mine, my lord. Much have I heard of your deeds. Tell me, are these rumors of a many-faced thief true? I fear they are, Miss Arabella, but still your gentle heart. For as long as Hildebrand is on the case, the fiend shall not lay a twisted finger upon you. This I swear on the Manderville name. The gods smile on me indeed to send such a strong and handsome gentleman as my champion, and yet You seem pensive, milady. Is something the matter? Tell the truth, this marriage has been arranged against my wishes. I do not love Vans. Why, I have not even met him. He sent me this clasp as a betrothal gift. A treasure for my treasure. Wear it always, the message said. I do not care how beautiful it is. It might as well be a golden shackle. But Miss Arabella, you must not say such things. Remember when, like, people, like, sold women? Because that's essentially what this is. Remember when we used to do that? And still do in some parts of the world? Isn't that crazy? An arranged marriage to a youth you have not even met? Unconscionable. Father says that this marriage must happen, that it is for the future of the family trade. Spoken like a true Ul'dah, but if I may be bold, milady, would I be correct in assuming that you and your father are not related by blood? Okay, so yeah, they talk about it right here, Naps. Quite so. Father found me amongst the beggars on Pearl Lane when I was just a babe. He took me in and raised me as his own. He took Lewin in as well, though a servant rather than son. Yeah, well, he wasn't a hot babe, so there's that. You may think Father a cold and miserly man, but to me he is the man who gave me warmth and hope where I had none. I will learn to love Vans if that will make Father happy. You cannot be serious, Miss Arabella. You're a beautiful young woman, with your whole life ahead of you. Surely you would not have to look far to find a gentleman with whom you would rather spend the rest of your days. If I had to spend another hour with you, I'm like to lose my wits. But anyway, we should return to Case of Soul and see how the inspector's investigation fares. I as well must prepare for the banquet. Farewell, friends. What else you got to say? Okay. It's the same thing. Got it. I don't know why I'm like yawning so much tonight. Not a moment to lose, friend. The time of our final confrontation with the fiend is nigh. Our foe has doubtless assumed a new identity, but have no fear. On our return to Case of Soul, I shall employ the time-tested Manderville art of parley to cut through the fiend's flimsy facade. It is an art that I would impart to you as well, friend, though there will be time enough for that once our foe is in shackles and Miss Arabella is safe. No doubt it shall prove as invaluable in your adventures as it has in my investigations. Or, failing that, serve to entertain you when you have nothing better to do. But I digress. A gentleman must away to Case of Soul. The fair maiden's life hangs in the balance. Nashu, Miss Ellie, with me. We both got big hats. Big hats. Yeah, dude. Inspector Briardine, I have seen to the maiden's safety. Miss Arabella will be along soon. How fares your investigation? I have canvassed the grounds, but none of the guests are concealing their hands. How can this be? The thief must be somewhere. Miss Arabella just left her estate, I hear. I suppose we'll find out soon enough if her beauty is truly a match for our own, tee-hee. There's no time. Without the thief in custody, we cannot risk allowing Miss Arabella to take the stage. But Inspector, Vans and his family will not take kindly to his betrothed's absence. That is nothing of my concern. Besides, doubtless the Inspector here will think of something. Me? What do you propose? You're the expert at creating diversions. Can't you just knock something over, blow something up, or the like? You know, like you always do? Inspector Briardine, I knew the day would come that you recognized my many talents. Worry not about Master Vans. Yes, for the sake of maiden, a gentleman will do what must needs be done. Oh no. The poor sop lacks even the wits to know when he's being insulted. Now, to the task at hand. We must find a way to conceal Miss Arabella's true identity. Not far from here are the servants' quarters. There should be a change of clothes lying about. Perfect. Baffleland. Find some suitably ordinary garb and deliver it to Miss Arabella outside the gates. I shall proceed with the investigation. Leave the betrothed and his family to me, my friend. Master Vans will not suspect for a moment that aught is amiss. We'll see about that. Has a Lapis maiden arrived yet? I simply must look upon her beauty for myself. Servant's garb, you say? I much prefer what you're wearing, but we certainly have enough rags to go around. Here you go. Go do with them as you will. Greetings, friend. Oh, what's this you have for me? Put the shit on. Servant's garb? But why? Miss Arabella, with the thief still at large, the risk of letting you be seen is too great. Change into those clothes and promise that you will not leave my sight. But the ceremony, Father will be furious, and Lord Vans. We are dealing with a man who tried to blast me to the heavens, and almost succeeded. You cannot exercise enough caution. As for the ceremony, I have entrusted the matter to a certain gentleman. You need only concern yourself with your own safety. We should do as the inspector says, Miss Arabella. Your life is more important than this marriage, or whatever profits your father stands to gain from it. Lewin, if Father heard you say such things... I should have said them long ago. By not doing so, I've put your life in danger. But besides, we have not one but two skilled inspectors on the case. It will not be long until the fiend is brought to justice. Very well. I shall retreat to the carriage. Pray wait for me here. God. My apologies for the delay. What should I do with my banquet dress, Inspector? Baffleland, bring Miss Arabella's dress to that bumbling inspector. I dare not speculate as to how he intends to see to his task, but I would imagine he requires all the help he can get. Now, let us return before the festivities begin. Oh, God. You will not elude me this time. Ah, you return. Me? I was in the act of formulating a master plan. Distract Master Vans at the ceremony. Is there aught I might do for you? Here's a dress, dude. Why, this is Miss Arabella's dress? I must admit to some confusion as to what to do with it. Worry not, I shall take it into safekeeping. And with that, I must attend to Master Vans before the ceremony begins. Worry not, friend. I assure you that Inspector Briardine and I have the situation entirely under control. Why not find yourself a seat and enjoy the festivities? Okay. Curses. How am I supposed to find my man with all these people milling about? Friends, family, business associates, 'tis an honor and a pleasure to welcome one and all to Costa del Sol for today's feast, co-hosted by the Brugier Consortium and the East Ul'dah Trading Company. We trust that you've been enjoying fine food, fine spirits, and profitable conversation. A Lapis maiden. If even half the tales of her beauty are true, Vans is the luckiest bastard in the realm. Yaltal Noltal, Sinana, honored guest, it's a great pleasure to announce the betrothal of my son Vans, future chair of the Brugier Consortium, Arabella, daughter of Master Gugarimu of the East Ul'dah Trading Company. The couple would exchange their eternal vows here today that the happiness that is theirs may usher in a new era of prosperity for one and all. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present my son's lovely bride, the Lapis Maiden, whose beauty minstrels will sing of for ages to come. Damn you, Hildebrand Manderville, you had one job. She's beautiful. Were the rabble expecting otherwise? She is my bride after all. Milady, they say your beauty transcends even the boundaries of time. When we are wed, you will want for nothing. Pray give your hand unto me. My sun and stars, yes, yes, 1,000 times yes, I am yours and shall be forevermore. What have you done with my bride, you cross-dressing deviant? Not quite what I had intended, but I suppose it serves our purposes.
Oh no, he's hot!
Fear not, ladies and gentlemen, for Miss Arabella is safe and sound. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have but assumed the maiden's appearance to ensnare the vile fiend who would take aim at her life. The fiend who now lies defenselessly before me. The game is up, Vans, or shall I call you by another name? The thief of many faces. Me, the thief? Are you mad? It appears that my masterful deductions have proved beyond the grasp of your mind. Very well, allow me to elucidate. While there is not a soul in the realm who has not heard the tales of Miss Arabella's beauty, there are but 2 men here in Costa del Sol who had gazed upon her lovely visage before today. Her father, Gugurimu, and her steward, Lewenhart. As you yourself admitted on multiple occasions, Master Vans, you were to have your first glimpse of your bride-to-be today. Considered in this light, would you not say that your reaction upon seeing my face was most unnatural? Who else could see through my ingenious disguise? Who could know at a glance that I was not the fair maiden? None save you, ye of 1,000 faces. And anyone else with half their wits about them. How dare you make a mockery of my wedding day? Guards, arrest that pervert at once. Lock him up in jail and throw away the key. Arabella? Oh, thank the gods you're safe. Come with me quickly. There's a dangerous madman. A glove on his right hand. Could it be? Hahaha, the man is a fool, but it would have behooved you to listen to him. Alas, you did not, and what is yours is now mine. That's the thief! Stop wasting your time with this imbecile and arrest him. You came all this way for me? You love me? You really, really love me. The attention is most flattering, but I have taken what I came for, and now I must away. My lords, my ladies, till we meet again. You know, good thing you just could instantly teleport like 500 feet away. That's a pretty useful trick. I hear that the real Vans was found and bound and gagged in a storage room. Truly, Miss Arabella, I am sorry. For what, my lady? The banquet was more exciting than I ever could have hoped for. Vans and his father were furious, of course, and our marriage has been called off. But perhaps it is for the best. I would find my own way to make father happy, but living my life as I would live it. It is you, Inspector Hildebrand, who taught me this lesson. For the love of the gods, somebody find him a change of clothes. But one thing still puzzles me. The thief's challenge said he would steal the Lapis Maiden's virtue, yet in the end he took only her neck piece. Now that you mention it, Master Gugarumu told me about the clasp when it first arrived. Engraved with the mark of the sun goddess, it is one of the most treasured pieces from the Brugier collection, known by many as Azima's virtue. Maiden's virtue indeed. When the next challenge comes, we must take extra care to read between the lines. Over here, Inspector, it says, made you look. The fiend plays us for fools. Give that to me at once. When next we meet, I shall come to claim the victor's spoils. Another riddle. If nothing else, it appears the thief has abandoned any foolish notions of my assassination. Still, we must ever be on guard. The fiend attempted murder once, he may very well do so again. Verily, Inspector, I must agree. One can never be too wary when dealing with a murderer. Hear me, man of 1,000 faces. You sealed your fate when you called me out by name. Mark my words, when next we meet, you will be mine. Yes, it was the Phantom Thief who is to blame for that bomb. Truly, verily, indubitably the Phantom Thief, most certainly. Okay. Now, I originally thought, okay, I don't care about the parlay minigame. Oh. To the victor goes a priceless treasure, while the smile of a champion holds secrets untold. Are 8 legs better than 2? Can a Manderville man triumph over terrors and win the day? Maybe there is still a bit more in the A Realm Reborn quests for this. The key to the next case is also the key to the storeroom. Be sure not to lose it. Wait, it's a real key and a figurative one at the same time? Is that even possible? I guess we'll find out next time. Well, I guess we'll find out this time. Athalan, I was wondering when you'd show up. I've got the latest scoop on the Victor spoils that our many-faced friend has set his sights on. Have you visited the Coliseum of late? There's a tourney in the works, and it's looking to be a big one. The Mithril Cup, sponsored by none other than Amalgina and Sons Mineral Concern. They say that Master Firegeist... Feargeist will be furnishing the prizes himself from his personal collection. Small wonder it's captured the attention of Mr. Sticky Fingers. You are familiar with the concern, yes? It's only the largest mining interest in the Sultanate, after all. The chairman, Master Feargeist, sits on the syndicate and possesses such wealth that rumor has it he could buy half the realm if he chose to. He's also renowned for being something of a martial arts enthusiast. With his position affording him little opportunity to test his own skills, he settles for living vicariously through the exploits of others, hence his sponsorship of tournaments like the Mithril Cup. My colleague Ganelon is in Ul'dah covering the tourney as we speak. If we were to track him down, I bet he'd be able to give us something to get our investigation started. Yes, I'm a busy man. If you're looking for small talk, I suggest you look elsewhere. No need to be rude, Ganelon. He's a friend of mine. Now, what say you share your latest findings with us? I promise I'll make it worth your while. Ellie? It isn't the Mithril Star Reporter. Come to have a laugh at Ganelon's expense before returning to pen your latest front page feature, eh? Oh, very well. Just promise you'll put in a good word for me with the higher-ups, okay? Now let me tell you this. There's strange things afoot at the Coliseum. Bugger all, it's a travesty, I tell you. Look at these dudes. I have to look away now, Faust. I haven't done this part. Oh, okay, Grin. Naps. Hotch, Hugh, and Hymo, whatever is the matter, and where, pray tell, is Hutchin? The 4 of you will compete for the cup together, yes? I fear that an unfortunate mishap has left Hutchin in no condition to fight. We were just on our way to convey the dire news to Dowered Meadow. Mishap, my arse, that was sabotage. Some bloody coward out there will stop at nothing to eliminate his competition. I swear it on my subligar. Lower your voice, Hotch. My head stings enough without your bloody shouting. Hutchin, should you not be resting your wounds? Oh, but forgive your incompetent, unworthy comrade. If I had been quicker with my mantra, we would still be 4 men strong. Do not berate yourself so, Hamo. In victory and in defeat, the Mandervilles fight as one. You bear no more responsibility for my wounds than I. Any road, I dare say I'll not be getting back into fighting Fettle by... Into fighting Fettle? Fighting Fettle by arsing about in bed. I'm ready to chant some mantras. How about the lot of you? But Hutchin, for you, I am always ready. Now that's what I like to hear. 1,000 mantras, and I want each one to ring out over the Sigoli. The Mandervilles? Aye, as Hutchin tells it, they took their name from a training partner they met at the Fist of Ralger, a man they most admired for his devotion and chiseled physique. Consider me not the least bit interested. This talks of attacks on the competitors, however, of this I would hear more. Ah yes, I mentioned that strange things were afoot, yes? With mere days left before the Mithril Cup, a staggering number of would-be combatants have withdrawn, citing a host of curious ailments and injuries. With the list of entrants shrinking by the day, the organizers have been forced to abandon the elimination format in favor of a mass melee between what few battlers remain. Phantom Thief's challenge, gladiators dropping like flies. No, this is not mere coincidence. I would speak to the individual in charge of the event. Where might I find him? Though the concern sponsors the tourney, the day-to-day organizational duties are being handled by a fellow by the name of Dour Meadow. He should be in his office within the Coliseum's halls. I'll send word to the gateman, Yeyubaya. He owes the Mithril Eye a favor or two. Splendid. Come, we've got a case to crack. From the Mithril Eye, you say? And by all means, you are free to enter. I am Ellie, reporter for the Mithril Eye. Never blinking, all-seeing, you know the deal, yes? And you must be Dour Meadow. I was hoping I could ask you a few questions about the upcoming tourney. Arr, who am I to argue with free publicity? And from a charming little thing like yourself. Ask away, me girl. That said, between the challenge from that so-called Phantom Thief and now these bizarre attacks targeting the fighters, our tourney's already the talk of the town. Not that you'll see me complaining, provided someone's still left to fight, that is. You're free to investigate as you wish, but you'd be smart to exercise some caution. Needless to say, recent events have everyone here a bit on edge. Why, just moments ago, one fighter almost took off another's head for insulting the color of his sublet. Looks like we've got ourselves another... These two aren't in the entry books. And our challenger unleashes a vicious right hook as the gentleman inspector was channeling his strength for his next attack. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. Inspector Briardine, as efficient as ever, I see. A true gentleman eschews violence. Inspector... You were thinking. It annoyed me. Dour Meadow, I presume. Tell me everything you can about the prizes for this tourney, and try to be brief. I was wondering when you might ask. Master Feargeist has spared no expense in making the Mithril Cup the most lucrative tourney this Coliseum's ever seen. The victor will receive a true treasure from his collection, the Warden's Grace, a ring fitted with the largest sun sphere you'll find outside of Karn. The second and third place prizes are nothing to sneeze at neither, but I don't care how many faces he's got. We've nothing to fear from this thief. The concern has hired an elite regiment of stone torches to watch over the vault day and night. Yes, just as the brass blades were so successful in stopping the thief last time. If you want your treasures safe, go fetch them and bring them to me, and be quick about it. I haven't all day. Here I can't do that, Inspector. After all, what proof do I have that you ain't Mr. Many-Faces in another of his elaborate get-ups? No, if you'd want to get your hands on the spoils, you have to claim them as any other would in battle. As a matter of fact, what with the ranks thinned as they are, we're actively recruiting new competitors. The more the merrier, and the more lucrative at that. Garharhar. Now, where did our receptionist get off to? Over here, you slimy bugger. We got some fresh blood for the melee. Give me a moment, will ya? I've only got 8 arms. Or were they legs? You called? I was just about to give the lovely Miss Avila the grand tour. Inspector, look! He's purple! Astute as ever, Nashu. This color, this overabundance of appendages, I smell a case. That's just my receptionist, Ultras. Don't be startled now. He's an ugly little bugger, but he's friendly enough. Word has it he was one of many bizarre creatures born from a recent experiment with ancient incantations at the Thaumaturgist Guild. They were going to seal him away in a hole in the desert with the others, when he opened his slobbering mouth and started pleading for his life. I just want to live in peace. I'll do anything, anything. So the management hired him to perform odd jobs about the Coliseum. And am I ever glad they did? I tell you, this job ain't glamorous, but it sure has its perks. What a delicious morsel. I want to get my tentacles around her. Yo, chill. I know not who you are or where you hail from, and I do not care. If you dare challenge me, my Tempest Blade will show you no mercy. You can forget about your case, Inspector. There is only one who will claim the victor's spoils, and that is me. Ooh, I just love it when she talks tough. Now, who's the chump who wanted to get a pummeling by my lovely little Avi? Though a gentleman takes far more pride in rescuing fair damsels than fighting them, I fear we have little recourse. I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, shall do what must be done to... Waffleland Lalaland will be entering the tournament on my behalf. Waffleland Lalaland? You do look like a Lalaland. Well, bugger me with a spear. I think I'd see the day when a warrior alight stood in my Coliseum. Hear that clink clink clinkin'? That's the sound of Gil pouring into our coffers when the public finds out that a true Eorzean hero will be stepping into the ring to fight for the Mithril Cup. Oh, and I reckon your friend can tag along too. Show him where to sign, Ul'dah. With Fafalan, I suppose we have a good as chance as any. Now we just need to make sure that he doesn't come down with some curious injury. Oh. That gladiatrix, Avila, was it? It seemed quite certain of her chances at victory. Suspiciously certain, I would say. Aha, I'm already 10 steps ahead of you, Inspector. That Ultros fellow seemed most knowledgeable about Miss Avila. Come, Nashu, the investigation is afoot. As much as that sounds like an amazingly productive line of investigation, might I suggest that our first priority is to keep Fafalan here safe? Let us return to Ganelon and see what else you can tell us of these mysterious attacks on the combatants. Very well, I shall leave the task to you. I have a lead of my own to investigate. Should you uncover any new information, I trust you will share it with me at first opportunity. Suppose that our questioning of Mr. Ultras can wait. Let us see if this Ganelon fellow can enlighten us. You again. I've already told you that, what, entered the tourney, you say? Are you out of your bleeding mind? Why does my phone keep vibrating? At least give me a notification if you're gonna vibrate, homie. Look, I've got a suspicion or two which I'm happy to share with you, but in the end, you have to protect yourself, you hear? I've been asking around, and it seems that more than a few of the fighters who pulled out of the tourney were scheduled to fight a warrioress by the name of Avila. Now, I can't make any promises, but my instincts tell me this girl is bad news. But don't take it from me when you can hear it from someone who crossed blades with her just days ago. A fellow by the name of Raging Rat. He had the misfortune of being matched up with Avila in the preliminary round, and earned himself a right bruising from it all. Last I heard, he was resting up back at the Pugilist Guild. Why don't you pay him a visit? Okay. Come to have a good laugh at old Raging Rat's expense, have ye? Well, you're not the first. I say, is there not a man in this entire realm with an ounce of sympathy? Greetings, good sir. How fortunate you are today that your guest is Hildebrand Manderville, gentleman and inspector. Now, if you would, please enlighten me to how exactly it was that you were beaten to a bloody pulp by Miss Avila. Gentlemen, my R's, have you not a whit of delicacy? Never you mind. Look, the records may say I lost, but I'll admit to nothing of the sort. I'll shout it at the top of my lungs if no one else will. The girl doesn't fight fair. Tempest Blade? Some kind of foul sorcery, if you ask me. Mark my words, that girl is up to no good. If she weren't so damned easy in the eyes, she'd be rotting in jail as we speak. The girl's Alamegan, or haven't ye heard? You know how it is with those refugees. Why fight with honor when you've got nothing to lose? Yes, and why not disparage an entire people in a pathetic attempt to salvage your sorry pride? This one's a real piece of work. Let's be on our way. I didn't mean no offense, miss. Just telling it like it is, as it were. Perhaps it truly is some manner of sorcery, as the fellow says. Or perhaps she works with an accomplice. She didn't strike me as the magic-wielding type. If I were a betting woman, I'd put my gill on the latter. Ah, Miss Ellie, the thrill of the chase has struck a chord with you as well. Yes, I can see it in the wrinkles beneath your eyes. You might very well make an inspectress of you yet. I'll give you a good wrinkle, you insensitive boor. Ahem. If what the man says is true, it's likely that her fellow Alamegans might sympathize with her plight. An accomplice would hardly be out of the question. Yes, I can see it now. Two unfortunate souls, shunned by those around them, united by destiny and a common desire for justice. Ample appendages whirling wildly, sending gusts of wind flying every which way. Avila and Ul'dah, a match made in the heavens. Were it any more obvious, I could have solved this case without leaving my home. Incredible, your powers of deduction never fail to amaze, Inspector. What is it with you two and that infernal octopus? Mr. Ultra should still be at the Coliseum. Let us hurry before he slithers back off to whencesoever he came. Yeah, look away, bitch. True, friend, and look over yonder. Behold, those exquisite legs, those stylish tentacles, the unearthly undulations of his squirmy, squishy body. Yes, our friend Ul'dah is a most fascinating creature indeed. Behold how he carefully eyes the gladiatrix before him. What manner of mischief is he plotting? He speaks. Yes, this is most suspicious indeed. Oh, what is this? The girl has fled in a panic. Our friend Ul'dah appears to be discouraged. Look at the way his shoulders sag, or how they would sag if he had shoulders. Our quarry is on the move. Quickly, Nashu, we must pursue. Aha, there he is. You will not escape us so easily, Mr. Ultros. Hold up. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Look at this guy. Wonder who this could be. Mr. Ul'dah seems to have found something. Seems to have found himself another gladiatrix. What might he be plotting this time? Look at those succulent legs. I reckon they taste just wonderful in a good marinara sauce. Marinara sauce. Ah, he speaks. And another girl rushes off. Whatever did he say to her? He looks so sad. Shall we douse him in lemon butter and put him out of his misery, Inspector? Whatever is he doing with these girls anyway? He's just being a creep. Call me crazy, but I think he likes them. Poor Mr. Ultros didn't seem to have much luck with the ladies. Speaking only for myself, I'd love to have him for dinner, perhaps in a nice lemon butter sauce. Poor misunderstood Ul'dah. Here we suspected him of criminal activity, when in truth, he was just a gentle soul luckless in love. Oh, Ul'dah, can you find it in your squishy, slimy heart to forgive us? Excuse me. Yes, yes. Now perhaps we should return to our investigation. Avila is as suspicious as they say. Perhaps we should follow her around for a bit. Dower Meadow, back at the Coliseum, should be able to enlighten us as to her whereabouts. An excellent idea, Miss Ellie, but I have a better one. Let us return to the Coliseum and speak with Dower Meadow. From him, we shall ascertain Miss Avila's whereabouts, on which we shall follow her and see if she is indeed as suspicious as they say. Come, Nashu, the investigation calls. I don't think Uncle Ul'dah didn't see you following me. What's the big idea, eh? Nothing more than a stupid octopus. Gweehehe. Or am I? Come on now, I just want what any octopus wants. A cute girl, untold riches, and the admiration of millions. Can't Uncle Ul'dah dream? Well, kids, hate to ink and run. Then again, I am an octopus. But you only got 7. You only got 7 legs. You're not an octopus. You're a septopus. Here. Yes, what is it this time? I'm a busy man. Looking for Avila, you say? She said something about sharing a flagon with her countrymen over at the Coffer and Coffin. I reckon you might still find her there. I'll warn you though, if you're smart, you'll keep your distance from that one. That poor bugger Ganelon tried to interview her for an article. Thought the girl was going to rip his head clean off. How can I put this? Doesn't seem to take kindly to being asked questions of a personal nature, if you catch my drift. That said, if you're looking for a good sparring match to warm you up for the tourney, that might just be the ticket. Argarharhar. I can assure you there will be no need for gratuitous fisticuffs, my good sir. With my remarkable powers of espionage, we will ascertain all the information we need without the fiery lass even being alerted to our presence. Let us be off. Behold, the lovely Miss Avila, just as predicted. Let us keep watch from here, so as not to set off the girl's famed temper. How many times must I tell you, there's no cause for concern. Spoil shall be mine, it may as well be written stone. You realize what this means? We have suffered and suffered long. My victory shall mark a new era. Just as Rauban al-Din won a new life for himself in the Coliseum, I shall win a new life for our people. The prize that I shall claim will bolster the wealth of our people 1,000, no, 10,000-fold. In a land where wealth is power, we will be kicked to the gutter by the Ul'dahs no longer. With that, I must be off to the Nanawa mines to meet my sister. Miss Avila's self-assurance is ever a sight to behold. I deduce that my own chances of felling her on the field of battle are infinitesimal. I could have told you that before you signed up. Come now, we have a suspect to pursue. Wee-hee-hee, trying to steal Avila from Uncle Ul'dah's tentacles, are you? I'm afraid that isn't going to happen. Yes, Uncle Ul'dah's homemade explosive will see that this is the end of the road for you. Does that make me a bad octopus? The distinctive smell of fire sand. Another one of your handcrafted explosives, I take it, Nashu. Heavens no, Inspector, this is far too elaborate to be one of mine. Do you think whoever crafted this would be willing to give me a lesson? They're on to me. Preposterous. Could it be that Musclehead isn't as stupid as he looks? I see. In any event, I shudder to think of what might happen if an unsuspecting passerby chanced upon such a hazardous object. Allow me. Eve ho. You gotta be kidding me. That maiden in mining garb must be the sister of whom Miss Avila spoke. Let us listen a bit closer. Thought we agreed. No hard labor until your leg is healed. I swear, sometimes I think you were born solely to give your poor sister headaches. Says the girl who once fought off 10 Imperials with one good arm. Perhaps someday you'll understand that your little sister can take care of herself just as well as you. Speaking of which, what news of the tourney? Worry not, Hedgelina. I have taken all the necessary precautions. The Warden's grace is as good as ours. Even the most modest estimates value its worth at some 30 million gil. You realize what this means? Necklaces from Esthames, sun-silk dresses, all the luxuries you've ever wanted will be yours. The poor little girls in shabby clothes, objects of pity and scorn for the Ul'dah upper crust, those days are over. After I claim victory, we will take our rightful place at the top of society. I don't know, Avi. Wealth is all well and good, but When I see you stand tall in the Coliseum, hundreds and thousands cheering your name, I am proud. No matter how humble our birth, if we stand strong and stand together, this alone is all the wealth I ask for. That is your problem, Hedgelina. You've always been too quick to settle for less than you're worth, but worry not, for your sister is watching over you. I will do this for us. I must return. Gods forbid one of those prying reporters overhears us. That's my Abby, unfazed by a duel to the death, yet terrified to be caught in a moment of tenderness. May the gods smile on you, sister, and be safe. Sniff. A more moving display of sisterly love I have not seen, and yet I fear it has afforded us little in the way of perspective clues. It would seem Avila's obsession with victory runs even deeper than we imagined. That said, I can't help but feel a bond with the girl. My sister and I were alone in the world too, you see. Inspector, did you just hear what I heard? Look, kids, Uncle Ul'dah is headed up to here with you. Do you think you could just fall in this pit and die like a good little boy? Wee-hee-hee, I'm talking to you, Mr. Warrior of Light. Hear that sound? Just one step closer. Closer. Not you, you idiot. Ahem, no need for concern, friends. I have simply taken the liberty of investigating this hole in the ground. I'm pleased to report that there seems to be nothing out of the ordinary. Our hero. Now shall we return to Ul'dah? The Mithril Cup will be starting before long. The last thing we want after all this is to lose our bout by forfeit. Could it be? Did that musclehead dive straight into my trap to save his companions? The others seem completely unsurprised at this turn of events. Doubtless he has performed such selfless acts before. A true gentleman if I ever saw one. But if you think that means I'm going to show mercy on you, you've got another think coming. Another think coming? Time to break out the big guns, kids. Wait a minute. I dug 2 pits, didn't I? Come to think of it, the second one was right about... Give me a break! Yes, is something the matter? We're on something of a tight schedule here, Inspector. Stand back, Miss Ellie. My well-honed inspector senses are tingling. I feel a most fearsome adversary is lurking about. This time you're really up the creek without a paddle, kids. Mwahaha. Say hello to a not-so-little friend of mine from the Coliseum. He's large, he's in charge, and most of all, he's hungry. Wee-hee-hee. Where in the world is he? I haven't got all night. My chimera, who is that half-naked fool? Father, could it be that the aura of unmitigated murderous rage that I felt was not our quarry, but you? Sil'dih, I was merely taking a stroll in search of inspiration and materials for my newest masterpiece in the making. What brings you and your friends to these parts today? Just a bit of sleuth work, father dear, and with that we must return to Ul'dah. If you have not heard, your son is set to compete for the Mithril Cup. Oh, moonlighting as a gladiator, are we? A fitting second career for a Manderville man, if I do say so myself. That muscle-bound old man is the inspector's father? Remind me never to go to one of their family reunions. Yeah, just who is the inspector anyway? Sil'dih is a worthy rival, if ever there were one. But who goes there? Sil'dih, Faffilan. I've been waiting for this day. Well, looky who we have here. You're quite the intimidating gent yourself. Friend of the inspector, mayhap? I am Gilgamesh, wandering duelist. I am not so much the inspector's friend as his enemy. That makes two of us. Perk up, Gulliver, because this just might be our lucky day. Is there no one in this accursed realm who can remember my... call me what you will, friend, but heed my words. Faffilan is a formidable foe. That's sounding like high praise coming from a big fellow like yourself. To have such a powerhouse as a sidekick, that inspector must be something else indeed. I know not what brings you to do battle with those two, but I warn you. You will end up as seafood soup if you face them alone. And with that, I must be off. For reasons that I do not entirely understand, I am considered something of a fugitive in these parts. I wonder why. Faffilan, I will not fall so easily this time. Well, looks like I've got my legs full, all 8 of them. If that adventure is too strong to take on alone, I'll just have to bring along a friend. Mwahaha. A supplely twisting ring calling to mind the undulations of a creature of the sea. Yes, inspiration is struck. And nobody here but us octopodes. Look forward to your next life as a masterpiece, fiend. Muscleheads, I hate them. Goofy. Good heavens, chancing upon father like that, I dare say it's taken a year off my life. Quite a crowd is assembled. It would seem the festivities are nigh about to commence. I'd hoped to uncover more of Miss Avila's secrets, but no matter. What better place to continue my investigation than on the field of battle? Good heavens, we haven't had much time before the tourney begins. We must hasten back to the Coliseum and apprise ourselves of the rules of engagement. To a true gentleman, a battle is not about victory or defeat, but fighting with honor. Whatever treachery or guile my opponents may employ, I will not lower myself to their level. Is it just me, or is Mr. Ultros a bit lumpier than he was? Bumps on the head, chipped teeth. I am one shabby-looking octopus. Tell ya, they don't pay me enough for this. Well, that's all going to change soon, isn't it, buddy? Funga! Ah, Mr. Ultros, just the octopus we were looking for. I was hoping that you might enlighten us as to... Egads, who gave you those ghastly bruises? The bruises? I fell down the stairs, that's all. Now get lost. I'm a busy octopus. Funga! Ouch. You have my sympathies, good sir. It is challenge enough to coordinate 4 limbs, let alone 8. Is there someone inside your office? No, whatever gave you that idea. I am simply fumigating the place for pests like yourself. Now, don't you have a battle to go fight? Funga! Inspector, I think something's alive in there. That's just me talking to myself. Yes, funga gods. Yes, gods. Working as a receptionist is fun. Battered, bruised, beset by vermin, and still able to find joy and fulfillment in your work? I say, Mr. Ultros, your passion for your chosen profession is truly an inspiration to us all. Athalan, if you would come with me for a moment, I fear the stupidity in the air may be contagious. Listening to Mr. Ultros talk truly is inspiring. I say he's looking more appetizing by the minute. Mr. Ultros is truly a man after my own heart, a gentleman among octopods. And yeet. Well, has your investigation borne any fruit? I see. Avila seeks to win the tourney to claim a fortune and raise her and her sister out of poverty. Furthermore, it is implied that she has taken the necessary precautions to ensure that her victory is all but certain. While trailing her, you narrowly evaded a series of dastardly obstacles, and upon your return, that strange octopus appeared considerably worse for the wear. The evidence points in one direction. The Alamegan girl and Ultros are plotting together to claim the Mithril Cup and its lucrative prize. It's not as preposterous as it sounds. I have done some research on our 8-legged friend. It appears that Ultros has become something of a regular at Ul'dah's taverns and houses of pleasure. I suspect that he is using his inside knowledge of the workings of the Coliseum to identify and eliminate potential threats, thereby ensuring victory for Avila and earning himself a healthy commission. There's also the matter of the Tempest Blade that is rumored to be the source of the Alamegan girl's strength. This remains a mystery, which means that I fear your life is still in danger. One of the guards informed me that several crates of refuse from the Coliseum reception room were hastily discarded in Pearl Lane not bells ago. It is a stab in the dark, but the contents may yet provide some answers. I would ask you to bring them to me. Well, let me see what you have found. Now, what do we have here? Ah, yes, a spectacular assortment of innards and entrails, and what's this? A sack, even more foul-smelling than the gore it was lying in. If that can be believed. And look here, something appears to be written on the side. Sindgat sundries? It would seem this merchant has had dealings with that squishy mass of tentacles. Let us pay a visit to the man and have him enlighten us as to the exact nature of their partnership. I don't know if my allergies are just acting up or what, but I'm just kind of out of it right now. Welcome, welcome. What might a discerning gentleman like yourself be looking for today? Sorry, sir, but if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. No exchanges, replacements, or refunds. I stand by the quality of my wares, and I expect my customers to do the same. Wait, now, did Ul'dah send you? I'll be asking the questions here. What exactly did you sell to that ungodly creature? Why, an entire sack full of gold truffles, can you believe it? What with the impressive price and all, and that distinctive aroma, and only for the most discerning of customers. Which Mr. Ultras clearly is, as he just placed another order today. Could these truffles somehow be connected to... No, I shall stop myself before I start sounding like... Inspector Briardine, it wounds me that you would sneak off to conduct your investigation without me, and to steal away Faffaland here. This gentleman is not impressed. You find anything, Inspector? Good gods, what is that dreadful smell? Miss Ellie, I would have expected a cultured woman like yourself to be more educated in the Epicurean arts. That is the most distinct and delightful aroma of the gold truffle. An acquired taste to be sure, but one that has won the heart of many an Ul'dah gourmet. I particularly enjoy them slow roasted, as my dear mother makes them. Roasted, you say? Why, my mouth's watering just thinking about it. Might I be so bold as to ask the recipe? It appears the productive portion of this conversation has come to an end. Besides, the tourney is about to begin. Let us make haste back to the Coliseum. Well, that merchant proved to be a spectacular waste of time which is in short supply. We must return to the Coliseum before the battles begin. Here's the plan. I shall find a suitable vantage point to observe Miss Avila in combat. Until I have ascertained the trickery behind her abilities, you are to keep a wide berth of her blade, understood? You feel the anticipation in the air, my friend? This shall go down in Eorzean history as the greatest battle since I slew that dragon. That did actually happen, yes? Shall find a suitable vantage point to observe Miss Avila in combat. Until I have ascertained the trickery behind her abilities, you are to keep a wide berth of her blade, understood? Yeah, you said that. There you are. I was this close to starting the melee without you. Garhar. I'd be remiss not to tell ye that there's been a slight change of plans. Another contestant suffered a last-minute injury, and none other than our very own Ul'dah stepped in to take his place. Everyone's favorite octopus joining you two in the fray. Spectators are just pouring in, and bookmakers across the town are raking in the gill, which ain't a bad thing for us. Word has it that Master Feargeist himself is quite taken with my promotional skills. Aye, the future's looking bright for old Dower Meadow it is. So what say ye? Are you ready to get your arses kicked? Yeah, sure. Alright, that's what I like to hear. Ladies and gents, it's time for blades to whirl and limbs to fly. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, plutocrats and paupers, open your eyes and steel your stomachs. The Mithril Cup, brought to you by our ever-charitable friends at Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. Your concern is our concern, is about to begin. Who will stand atop the head of maimed bodies and twisted limbs to claim victory? Will it be the tempestuous Avila of Alamigo, Bathalan, the famed warrior of light, or who was that grinning fool again? Ah, that's right. Cumberbatch, agent of infamy and imbecile extraordinaire. Or will it be our 11th hour entry, Ultros, the 8-legged purple purveyor of pain? Mwahaha, here I am. Did you miss me? I'd say we have a battle for the ages here, folks. Combatants, take your positions and let the battles begin. Alright, you know the deal. We team up and wipe out the others. Then, when it's just the two of us, I'll take a dive. You receive your share of the winnings. I have not forgotten our promise. Look at Avila's blade spin. Why, she's a veritable whirlwind of death and destruction out there. They breed 'em tough in Alamigo, that's for certain. You are next. Here we go, ladies and gents. Once my buddy gets a whiff of these raw truffles, he'll be sneezing up a storm. Literally. Nothing like the rich aroma of roasted truffles. All this fighting is giving Uncle Ul'dah an appetite. Is it time for dinner yet? Wait a minute. Roasted truffles? Braised in a savory sauce, just like Mother used to make them. Feel free to have seconds. There's a whole sackful where that came from. That meddling musclehead. What's taking him so damned long? Girl's gaze gives it away. Open that gate at once. God. Fun. Yeah. What is this? That monstrosity? Mr. Typhon, is that your stomach I hear rumbling? Could I interest you in some roasted truffles, perhaps? What fascinating friends you have, Ul'dah. Why, just look at this charming little nose. Is he perhaps suffering from a case of the sniffles? Could it be? Avila's vaunted Tempest Blade. It was that monster all along. The girl played us all for fools. Don't look at me. It was all her idea. I'm just a stupid octopus. You were the one who approached me, you double-dealing fiend. I just wanted to experience the thrill of battle, you know, for my work and all. Come on, Dower, has Uncle Ul'dah ever lied to you? What did I tell ye? I knew there was something fishy about that Alamegan whore. Oh, chill. Alamegans. Beggars and brutes, the lot of them. We give them a home in our lands, and this is the thanks we get. Send her to Garlemald for all I care. Just get her out of my sight before I get sick. But I just wanted to... my sister. I feel for the girl, really. My little octopus heart goes out to her. But the rules are the rules, right? Now, if Uncle Ul'dah may be so bold... I say we call off the melee and have a final showdown between the 3 remaining competitors. That would be me, my buddy Typhon, and Fafalan here. What do you say, Mr. Warrior of Light? Well... it's not actually in the tournament, but yeah, I guess we could just do that, right? Alright, that's what we want to see. Old Truss, old Truss, old Truss. Well, this is a most unprecedented turn of events, but who am I to deny the wishes of such a passionate crowd of martial arts aficionados? The venue, Halatali, the fighters, the tag team of Ultras and Typhon versus the Warrior of Light. Who will be left standing when the storm is settled? Be there or miss a battle for the ages. He did not fight as a gentleman. Sure didn't. So, to review, the truffles were to elicit a sneeze from the octopus's oversized crony, which would be positioned so as to appear it was coming from the Alamegan girl's blade, allowing the two to sweep away their opponents with ease. No wonder I wasn't able to see it sooner. It's quite possibly the most imbecilic scheme I've encountered in my years as a consulting inspector. At any rate, we have no choice but to trust in your abilities now. Let us make for Halatali. I think we have a trial coming up. Turn that back on.
I like turtles.
Turtles. Another turtle has made it to the water. Well, this tourney's turned into a right mess. With all the trouble I took preparing consolation prizes for the melee, it looks like we won't be needing them after all. Of course, as long as you're bringing in the spectators and the profits, I could give a gnat's arse. Gar. Now, I know what you're thinking. 2 against 1 ain't fair, especially when one of the two is the size of a small house. So here's the deal. Why don't you bring along some of your friends for the battle? Let's say 7 of them. That should even the odds, aye? Well, if anyone wants to do the dragon's neck and has it unlocked, say so now. Let's see, who's online? Me. Alright. Just give it a minute here, see if anybody responds. I have a bad feeling this Q-Town battle be ass. Could be. It could be. Alright, well... Nobody said anything. I'm just gonna do a ready check. Dragon's neck. In the meantime, I kind of want to double check other Manderville quests is available. God, the wiki is so shit. Every wiki for this game sucks. I'm sorry. Sorry if people think it's good, but it's really not. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we're just gonna get into this now then. I'm not a big fan of this fight. I'm not really a big fan of any of the Manderville fights. Actually, that's not true. There's a few I do like. Oh, right. What a stupid fight. Oh, cool. This again. Amazing. Boarded again. I feel like such a sucker. Athlon claims the Mithril Cup. Everybody left, so I got the minion by default. No commendations. Whack. Okay. Speaking of minions, I got a couple more. Now we got little baby Ultos. And then this little guy. Yeah, that's my dude. All right. Good show. Your performance has earned us front row seats at the award ceremony. Wow. This should afford us the perfect vantage point to thwart the thief. Come, let us return to the Coliseum. It was a battle for the ages, but a worthy victor has risen to claim the spoils. And now let's take a look at the relic that our champion has won. Behold, from the personal vaults of Master Fiergeist himself, the Warden's Grace, a timeless treasure the likes of which our realm has never seen. One that's earned the attention of Eorzea's most prominent pilferer, Garhar. Above you. Ladies and gentlemen, inspectors and invertebrates. The opening act dragged on overlong, but worry not, the main event is about to begin. I know that you paid well for your seats here today, but I can assure you that my performance will not leave you disappointed. Now I invite one and all to sit back and enjoy the show. Vile fiend, mark my words, you have stolen your last treasure. I swear it on the Manderville name. Oh shit. Yo! I think not, Hildegard. Greg, 'tis always a pleasure to reunite with old friends, but your timing truly leaves something to be desired. Bapholan, you bested me once, but not today. I shall have my revenge when I pierce your chest with my spear. Do you not mean your skewer? My spear! Vile thief, is there not a shred of honor in you? Return my weapon at once. Oh, it seems we have an unexpected guest. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I fear attendance at today's performance is by invitation only. Uh-oh. Now it's raining truffles, but the battle's already... Mr. Typhon, just a moment. I'm sure I had a tissue here somewhere. Alas and alack, the ring sails straight into the hands of the fiend. Giving up so soon, are we? Those don't sound like the words of a Manderville man. But of course, brilliant father, the ring won't come to me, I shall go to the ring. Why, it'll be just like Dalamud. Hildebrand, Helidor, Maximilian, Manderville. Skyward as only a Manderville can. Limit break 4, activate. Father, you know not your own strength. $997, $998, $999. Just a goofy yell.mp3. Yahoo! Good form, good form. His legs, they look strangely familiar. Ah, put a little too much spin on that one, it seemed. Yeah, just a little. Not exactly as planned, but who can argue with the results? Save for one thing, this ring is a fake. But no matter, I have a feeling this will lead me to the true treasure. Until next time, friends, you have been a most attentive audience. That key, bloody hells. Guard, seize the fiend at once. Don't worry, he'll just do his ninja teleport jutsu and get away. Ooh, he snapped his fingers. It's too late, sir. The second prize, the Ring of Inquiry, is gone. Second prize? What is the meaning of this? Many-faced fiend or no, the man spoke true. A master goldsmith's eyes cannot be deceived. This sun sphere is clearly a second-rate replica. Preposterous. It's just the dim lighting. Yes, if you'll just step over here. Have you taken ill, friend? You seem to be perspiring most heavily. Let's not be so hasty, friends. I can explain. Sold out my honor, joined forces with that odious octopus, all for a false treasure. What a fool I have been. Whatever was I thinking? Do not berate yourself so, Miss Avila. Why, it was exactly as you said, was it not? You were thinking of dear Hedgelina, and more. I suppose I was at that. How do you know my sister's name? I assure you, young miss, under no circumstances did I tell you to the Nanoa minds to eavesdrop on your intimately personal dialogue with your beloved sister. Ugh, you have the right of it. Blinded by the prospect of fortune and fame, I lost sight of myself and what I truly was fighting for. My honor and my sister's trust will not be easily regained, but I will not shirk from the challenge. I mean, shirk comes off cooldown like every minute, I think. So I guess you probably could if you really wanted to. One mystery still remains. Before the thief had identified the ring as fake, he had already acquired the key to the storeroom. Clearly the second prize, this Ring of Inquiry, was his target from the start. But why? There must be some pattern to the items the fiend has stolen. A pattern that betrays his true intentions. The Treaty Blade, Azima's Virtue, the Ring of Inquiry. All relics with quite a history, or to be more precise, relics from the era of the Belladians. Oh, if that is so, the answer is clear as day. The fiend means to found Eorzea's greatest museum of Beladian history, pushing up the prices and gouging honest men out of their hard-earned coin. Doubtless another one of his cards will appear on the scene to tell us just as much. What? Nashu right now. I'd be sneezing and coughing. I'm all congested right now. I think it's because kind of warmed up a bit around here. All snow's melting, releasing all that bullshit back into the air. That's just my uneducated opinion, though. I've enjoyed our little game, but all good things must come to an end. I shall claim the 4 sacred treasures, and justice shall be served. So this is the thief's final challenge to us, but what are these 4 treasures of which he speaks? Where the 4 treasures of Beladia become one, the wicked shall be judged in the blazing light of sun. An old legend, little more than a fairy tale at that, and yet it seems the Phantom believes there is some truth in these words. 4 sacred relics from Beladia, the Warden's justice, lofty words coming from a glorified footpad. One who's winning over the common folk by the day, if rumors are to be believed. It would seem the tales of a master thief ruffling the feathers of the rich and famous have won the man more than a few admirers. Consider his targets thus far: an Ul'dah collector and her hired thugs, a trading mogul in the brass blades, and now a mining magnate in the stone torches. Is it any surprise that the sympathies of ordinary Ul'dahs would lie with the perpetrator rather than his victims? Astutely observed, Miss Ellie. Our quarry clearly harbors no small degree of resentment for wealth and authority. Might his next target be a member of the syndicate? Perhaps the Sultana herself? Ah, then it will be to his downfall. For the greater the challenge, the higher I rise. Ahem, just one moment if you will. Mark my words, ye of many faces, there is but one man who shall lay claim to the 4 lost relics of Beladia, and it shall be Hildebrand, agent of enquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Yes, I'm sure that inspires us all with great confidence. Ooh, that dude. Was that? No, it couldn't be. Ha. Methinks Godbert may need a new pair of spectacles. Well, it's the end of another episode. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. It's a race to recover the 4 lost relics of Belladia. As the fiend's true identity and aspirations are revealed, will Eorzea fall prey to the forces of evil? Or will our hero do what only a Manderville can? Key to the next case is a mask. Have you ever worn a mask for so long that you forgot what you actually looked like? I have. How did they freeze in midair like that? Talk about a mystery. Oh well, see you next time. Alright. So, I definitely underestimated how much more of this there was. So we're gonna go until the rest of the stream doing this, but that should actually work out pretty well because this is definitely the last part of the Realm Reborn iteration of this. That's actually kind of nice. And it kind of seems like we're not like learning anything and it's just for fun, but we actually are going to learn some stuff about the history of Ul'dah and Belladia and Sil'dih and that kind of fun stuff. If you remember, we did, which dungeon is it? Sunken Temple of Karn. They're used by ancient Belladians as a place of to worship the sun goddess as Azuma. Portions of the massive underground structure appear to be far older than the 6th Astral Era civilization. So, you know, they kind of mentioned Karn, we've mentioned Belladia, Belladians, Azuma, all that fun stuff. So it's kind of all connected. It's not just bullshit. It's actually kind of cool. I was wondering when you'd show up. I hope you haven't made any plans for the night because we've got a situation on our hands. Also, someone we met during the last little leg of quests, we're going to meet again, and it's probably going to be surprising who it is. Maybe you'll recognize them. Well, it seems he's dedicated to branch out from the burglary to cold-blooded murder. If the rumors are to be believed, he's claimed 3 victims already, all influential members of Ul'dah society. Mr. Manyfaces has been kind enough to leave one of his signature calling cards at every scene, leaving no doubts as to the identity of the murderer. The message is always the same. The weight of 5 corpses will bring the scales of justice to balance. More riddles. Not that you'll hear me complaining. No, the only thing my readers like more than a good mystery is a good murder mystery. Ever since the story broke, the Mithril has been selling like Pond's cakes. The only rub is that it's left me no time to look into the thief's last message. Until now, that is. Shall we? The hidden treasure of Ul'dah, was it? If there's anyone who can shed some light on this, it's you-know-who, to Sunsilk Tapestries. Right out here? Okay, that's what I thought. I have an idea. And it might be a really good idea. Since we're going to Sunsilk Tapestries, I believe, yep, there is a vendor that I'm gonna have a little chat with. Have a little more fun with this, how about we? Okay. Novelty gear. Best man's jacket. Best man's slacks. Best man's gaiters. Okay. Let's do this. And then also this. But then also this. Yes. Yes! Unlimited power! Let's see, can we maybe try these on? just put those. Oh my god. Oh my god. Incredible. Simply amazing. Okay. Let's get into it. Well now, if it ain't my favorite venture, and my favorite Mithril Eye reporter along with them, tell me, what have I done to deserve the pleasure of your company today? I see, as much as I'd like to help two of my best mates, I'm afraid you found old Wymond at a loss. Ul'dah has more than its fair share of treasures hidden and otherwise. I reckon our phantom friend could be after just about any of them. I can tell you this much though, whatever the thief's got his eyes on, it's got the Sultan sworn in a right dither. Word has it they formed a regiment of their best and brightest to safeguard the royal vaults from this very threat. The Sultan sworn aren't like to be forthcoming with this information, but it's the only lead we've got. Come on, I'd say it's time we paid a visit to the heart of the sworn. Boy, hold up there, Ellie. I ain't generally the worrying type, but you may want to think twice before getting yourselves involved in this. A man in my business develops a nose for danger, and this time the stench is something fierce. You're a reporter, Ellie, and a fine one at that. Don't put that pretty neck of yours at the risk of trying to play hero. Your concern is touching, but I can assure you that I am ready for whatever dangers lie ahead. Besides, being a reporter is about more than selling papers. I have a duty to seek out the truth and convey it to the people. Come, time is of the essence. This is up at, yeah, Alchemist Guild. Let's head on over. We're gonna dismiss this little friend for a while. Heart of the Sworn should be right over here. Where have I seen this man before? Humphrey. Halt. Only authorized personnel are allowed in. Bethal bugger me with a broadsword. It's the Gentleman of Light's adventuring companion and that catty but cute reporter from the Mithril Eye. Is that a pun? Is it because she's a Makote? Oh wait, she's not a Makote. I'm stupid. Wow. I'm... Alright. We'll just forget I said anything, okay? I was thinking about Nashu, okay? Reporter from the Mithril Eye. Well, if it isn't that self-styled warrior of light. Tell me, what tall tales did you spin to the Sultan Sworn Recruiter to land yourself in this position? Only the 12's honest truth, miss. Oh yeah, this is the, in case you forgot, this is the guy who lost that sword in a duel. Way back. It's still during the Hildebrand questline, but yeah, it was a while ago at this point. Seeing that Gentleman of Light standing tall and triumphant that day, it moved me to the depths of me soul like. I vowed to put aside my sketchy past and serve the realm just like my hero, Master Hildebrand. The Sultan Sworn were impressed with my commitment and my sword arm, and they gladly welcomed me into their ranks. Wait, don't tell me. You've come to assist Master Hildebrand in his investigation, haven't you? Or why didn't you say so sooner? It's the least I could do to help the mates who united me with my role model. You'll be wanting to speak with Phyllis. He's one of the Sworn's best, and something of a history buff, it'd seem. When she heard the thief was targeting the 4 relics of Belladia, she personally stepped forward and volunteered to lead the investigation. If anyone has the information you're looking for, it'd be her. Wait here while I get her. I can trust you not to touch anything, And what am I gonna touch? A tile out here? A pleasure to meet you, Phyllis. My name is Ellie from the Mithril Eye. As you have heard, may have heard, we're researching the Phantom Thief case and would appreciate any information that may shed light on recent events. The pleasure is mine, Miss Ellie, and if I'm not mistaken, that would make your companion friend here one Fafalan Lalalan, yes? You know Fafalan? As any regular reader of the Mithril Eye would, I must confess to being something of an unabashed fan of your work. Though it hardly befits my station to say this, I was secretly hoping that you would show up to assist in the investigation. Doubtless the inspector, too, will also welcome a helping hand. Well, look who it is. The Sultan Sworn, the elite of Ul'dah's elite. I can only hope they prove more competent than the bungling mercenaries I've dealt with thus far. Inspector Briardine, always one step ahead of us. Miss Ellie, Fafalan, a moment if you would. I don't know if he's technically ahead of us. We were here first, lady. So, shut your mouth. Right there, very good. Now face me and don't move an elm. Inspector, what is that in your... Demasking dust, a formula of my own devising that will allow us to see right through the thief's disguises. Analyzing the mask left behind at Vesper Bay, I was able to identify its composition and synthesize a counter agent that would dissolve the disguise whilst leaving the wearer's face intact. In any event, it would appear the two of you are indeed who you appear to be. Brilliant, Inspector. The Phantom Thieves pulled the wool over our eyes for the last time. I fear it won't be so simple. The ingredients necessary to produce the dust are exceedingly rare. Even with the entire resources of the Sultan Sworn at our disposal, we were only able to produce a limited supply. I see. Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. That said, have you been able to identify the thief's next target? The hidden treasure of Ul'dah, the last of the 4 relics of Belladia. I fear not. I've pored through the histories time and again, but the only mention of these 4 relics is a vague reference in an old prophecy. Most serious scholars consider it little more than a fairy tale. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. Legend goes on to describe 4 sacred artifacts, one each possessed by these 4 Belladian heroes. It makes no mention as to their appearance of nature. 3 times we have tried to identify the thief's target, and 3 times has he foiled us by making off with something else entirely. Needless speculation will only play to the fiend's strengths. All artifacts of Belladian origin have been sealed within the royal vault, and a regiment of our finest assigned to its protection. I furnished all the guards with a supply of demasking dust, and instructed them to be on the lookout for any suspicious personages. Blackguard will be in chains before he can lay a dirty hand on the vault doors, let alone the treasures within. You have our word, my lady. There are even more disturbing matters at hand. Doubtless you have heard of the recent rash of murders perpetrated by our quarry. The Sultan Sworn have launched an investigation, but the truth of the matter is that we have been far too occupied with the defenses of the vaults to make any meaningful progress. We would be most grateful for any assistance you could offer. A lady asks and a gentleman answers. There he is. Cast all worry from your heart, my lady. Hildebrand, agent of enquiry and inspector extraordinaire, has arrived to set right what is wrong and bring the wicked to justice. This must be the demasking dust that is the talk of the palace. Ah, but you need not waste your supply on me, Inspector. I assure you that I am exactly who I claim to be. Shame that. Inspector Hildebrand, we were not expecting you, but your services are most welcome. I'll share all I know about the recent murders. The killer has claimed 3 victims thus far, the head of a publishing consortium, a high-ranking government official, and an influential scholar. Other than that, they were all influential figures in their respective circles. We can identify no common threads connecting the 3. Oh, this will prove a most satisfying case to crack indeed. And what of the method of killing? Conked over the head with a cudgel? Gutted with a greatsword? Strangled with a subligar, mayhap? Hot. I'm afraid that we've identified no pattern. In any event, the murderer plots the deaths of 2 more even as we speak. We must take action and quickly. Understood, my lady. Clues may be scarce, but worry not. My realm-renowned powers of deduction are more than up to the task. I will see this burglar turned butcher delivered to justice. The presence is heartening indeed, Inspector Hildebrand. Friends, please take this demasking dust with you. I fear we can spare but a single sachet, but I trust you will put it to good use. On behalf of the Sultan Sworn, your assistance with the murder investigation is greatly appreciated. Leave the defense of the Royal Vault to us. Yeah, but you're like super cute. How about we forget that and we just, you know, go down to the quicksand, get a drink. May have 1,000 faces, but Inspector Briardine's demasking dust, the masquerade will soon be over. Hopefully. Come to accompany me on yet another case, friend. I like your gusto, but if you're auditioning to be my assistant, I fear that role has already been filled most ably. Still, a gentleman welcomes the support of all his admirers. I shall henceforth name you thusly, Avalan, my ever-loyal associate. And now, my ever-loyal associate, the investigation calls. I propose that we begin by inspecting the site at which the most recent victim met his demise. My questioning about the palace has revealed that the scholar's body was found not far from the 80 sins of Sassamon. Even the most circumspect of criminals cannot help but leave behind clues that will not elude my gaze. Friends, let's be off. Pray alert me should you see anyone suspicious, my ever-loyal associate. You must put Miss Phyllis's demasking dust to good use. I think that should just be at the steps right outside. Yeah. Can we do this? There we go. Flowers, how intriguing. Flowers? Yes, it is all becoming clear now. Our phantom killer is a florist who, in his hurry to escape, carelessly mislaid his wares. So what do you think you're doing, eh? Eh? I'm the one who put those flowers there, eh? To honor the memory of me poor boy. You dare defile his memory, eh? Eh? 1,000 pardons, my lady. Please accept my most sincere condolences on your loss. I am Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. I swear to you, on my own dear mother's name, that your son's killer will be brought to justice. As I was just saying, these flowers were clearly placed here by the family of the deceased, which can only mean... Leave this place. Run away while you still can. Run far, far away. Run or he'll turn you into a zombie, just like my poor, poor boy. A living person turned into a zombie? Nonsense. Not nonsense, my boy. History. Or have you not heard of the horrors of Sil'dih? Aye, Ul'dah's sibling nation against which we waged war centuries ago. Much blood was shed by both sides, aye. But I speak of far greater horrors than death. An unholy draught brewed by Sil'dih alchemist, one with the power to turn the living to the undead, that his nation might command an army of mindless, deathless soldiers. Traitors spurn. They turned my poor boy into a heap of rotten flesh and ran him through. But you won't hear that from the Sultan Sworn. All alone knows why, but they whisked the body away before I could so much as pay me last respects. The traitors spurn? I'd heard the stories, but I never thought them true. To be able to produce such a frightening thing. Just who are we dealing with here? Sil'dih, I'm sure of it. Aye, only a Sil'dih would know the recipe. The last remnants of Sil'dih died 4 centuries ago, you say? Yeah. Oh, they did. They did. Yeah. He calls himself the Phantom Thief, he does. But did it ever occur to ye that he might be an honest-to-God's phantom? Eh? Eh? I heard the tales from my own great-great-grandma, I did, about the 4 relics of Belladia and the powers they hold. The power to exact justice. Spectre of Sil'dih has returned to wreak vengeance on us. Woe, woe unto us all. Have the four warriors of light forsaken us? My dear boy, if only you'd become a traitor like your father. If only you'd kept your nose out of those history books and never so much breathed the accursed name of Sil'dih. But you did, and now we're doomed. Doomed, doomed. Ah, all right. Crazy old lady. And she just runs away. That bleeding Whoreson's here somewhere. I can feel it in me follicles. Most potent hair tonic the realm has seen? Aye, that it was. For all of a fortnight, afore my flowing locks fell out all over again. Just as I was chatting up a lovely young lass at the quicksand, just to twist the knife an extra ilm. Mountbonk, charlatan. I'll find that so-called inspector and his sorry band and pull every last strand of hair from their bleeding skulls. Shades from Sil'dih, living men turned to zombies. The old crone's lost not just her son, but her wits as well. It's all becoming clear to me now. That dear old woman's testimony has confirmed that which I suspected from the start. Like a zombie picking away at its rotting flesh, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has peeled away the foul scab of uncertainty to reveal the truth within. Open your ears and feast your minds on the fruits of my flawless deduction. Ahem. Our phantom thief is a phantom indeed, a wayward spirit caught between the realm of the living and dead for nigh on centuries since meeting a tragic end on the battlefield. As such, our course of action is clear. We must placate this tortured soul that it might abandon its vengeful vendetta and travel to the next life in peace. But what is the true nature of the Spectre's grievances? Without this knowledge, we cannot hope to assuage its rancor. Let us begin our search at the Thaumaturge's Guild. Doubtless the tomes there contain a wealth of knowledge on the ill blood between the sibling nations. Notwithstanding the abject stupidity of everything else that came out of your mouth, some knowledge of Sil'dih might serve us well. Go research as you will, and do take as much time as you need. You can count on me, Inspector Briardine. Whatever knowledge is to be gleaned at the guild, it shall not escape my inspector's eye. Researching the ancient feud between Ul'dah and Sil'dih, are you? Most impressive. Young people these days show so little interest in learning from the past. Anyhow, I'm pleased to say I have more than a passing familiarity with ancient history. To understand the history of the sibling nations, one must go back further still to the birth of their mother nation, Belodia. The 5th astral era was an age of untold wonders. When the arcane arts burgeoned and the great civilizations that commanded such powers flourished. This age of enlightenment would not last, however. Power bred avarice, and avarice bred resentment. It culminated in the War of the Magi, which brought the great floods of the 6th umbral calamity, which in turn swallowed once proud nations and left a battered wasteland in its wake. Mages were reviled and persecuted for having caused this catastrophe, many forced to leave their homelands or face death. It was a small band of those survivors that found their way to Thanalan, where they would found the nation of Belodia some 8 centuries agone. Ah, imagine, a government of mages, by mages, and for mages. What wonders might have been wrought had Belodian society survived to this very day. Alas, this was not to be. Alright. You don't say. It's not every day that someone comes to our halls to research Sil'dih. As a fellow student of history, though, I more than welcome the conversation. Beladian civilization flourished in relative peace until twin sons were born to the royal family. The two were fierce rivals, and when they came of age and their father passed, each one claimed that he was the rightful heir to the throne. With neither son willing to relinquish his claim, they agreed to split their kingdom in two, forming the twin nations of Ul'dah and Sil'dih. But not unlike the two proud princes, the sibling nations developed a penchant for rivalry. Greetings, traveler. You would learn of the war between Ul'dah and the fallen Sultanate of Sil'dih. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. The two city-states coexisted for several generations until the bad blood between them boiled over, culminating in outright war. As you might deduce from the present state of affairs, Ul'dah emerged victorious, leaving its once proud sibling nation in smoldering ruins. As the histories tell it, the battles fought between the sister nations were the stuff of nightmares. In a desperate attempt to overcome Ul'dah's superior numbers, Sil'dih alchemists devised a most horrific stratagem. Employing a frightful formula known as the Traitor's Spurn, they brought their fallen warriors back as undead soldiers. Some theories have it that they even employed the potion to those of the living who were too weak or wounded to fight. It sends shivers up the spine just thinking about it now. It is truly a crowning glory of our fair nation that our forebears were able to emerge victorious against these horrors. What's that you say? You seek knowledge of the bad blood between Ul'dah and Sil'dih? I suppose I can spare a moment or two, but take good notes. I'm not fond of repeating myself. Two scales, one of gold and one of silver. The gold of Ul'dah weighing prosperity and power. The silver of Sil'dih weighing knowledge and power. The power sought by the two nations differed greatly. Yes, greatly indeed. The power wrought by Ul'dah prosperity was that of justice and good, while the power wrought by Sil'dih knowledge was horrific beyond belief. The power to rip the living soul out of a man and render him a mindless killing machine. On this matter, the histories are clear, but riddle me this, my friend. Who writes the histories, and what does this say of the words writ within? Yes, truth can be elusive and fickle as the shifting sands. As one example, did you know that in the war against Sil'dih, Ul'dah and Amalja warriors fought side by side? Likely you did not, and neither did I, until I encountered a faded passage in an ancient text buried deep in our archives. And yet, in the histories read by the populace, you will see no mention of this most fascinating fact. Might it be that someone at some time deemed this particular truth less than convenient? But I have said enough already. Got secret histories. My ever loyal associate, tell me, what have you learned from the questioning of the scholars in these halls? Indeed, as it happens, I have learned much the same. Let us take a moment to review and allow my peerless powers of deduction to work their magic. The War of Succession divides the great civilization of Belladia, giving rise to the sibling nations of Ul'dah and Sil'dih. The two nations coexist for some generations until ill blood boils over, culminating in outright war. Daunted by Ul'dah's superior military might, Sil'dih employs their advanced alchemical knowledge to horrific ends, transforming their own citizens, alive and dead, into a fearsome undead legion. Yes, I believe I have it. The facts at hand have led me to one unassailable conclusion. Our phantom thief is a descendant of doomed Sil'dih, who seeks vengeance against those who reduced his countrymen to slavering zombies. To pacify his soul and send him peacefully to the next world, there is but one course of action. We must find the Sil'dih statesman who conceived this dreadful stratagem, and have him apologize to the thief in person for the suffering he has wrought. A brilliant plan. Perhaps you'd like to go find yourself a shovel and dig the statesman out of his grave yourself? Leaving aside this nonsense of spirits and specters, it appears increasingly likely that our quarry shares some link with Sil'dih. His garish garb is no doubt meant to evoke the silver scales of the fallen sultanate. This Sil'dih connection would also serve to explain the rare knowledge of Belladian relics our thief clearly possesses. What of the murder victims? What common thread amongst them could have incurred the ire of our adversary? Amongst them? Amongst us? A few people in town spoke of a man sighted calling upon the victims in the past days. Those who saw him said he had a most frightful air about him. Wait, yes, it's coming to me, of course. My keen investigator senses ring out with a voice loud and clear. This man Miss Ellie speaks of just might know something. Nice. Figured it out. You really should stop thinking so hard. You like to strain a brain muscle. Miss Ellie, who's this man and where might we find him? My sources identified the man as Gugaria, a traveling merchant known to frequent Horizon. Shall we pay him a visit? My keen instincts tell me that Master Gugaria's testimony will be key to a monumental breakthrough in our investigation. Yes, I shall employ the ancient Manderville art of parley to skillfully extract the information we require. Nice. Do it. Yes, if you've got business, make it quick. My time's too valuable to waste chatting with every stranger who passes by. Forgive us, good sir. My name is Ellie, a reporter with the Mithril Eye. Never blinking, all-seeing, you know the rest. I was wondering if we could trouble you with just a few questions. Was it for love or money that you killed them? Yes, you, the thief of many faces. Me? A thief? What is this nonsense? I don't know who you are, but I ain't got time or the patience for this mummery. Now, if you'll excuse me, an important client awaits. I thought I recognized that voice. Lady Ul'dah, well met indeed. Pray tell, whatever brings you to these environs this fair morning? Why, I live here, you ham-headed half-wit. Inspector Briardine, this is an unexpected pleasure. You have some business with my associate here, pray tell? Gugaria, we can discuss business after. Pray lend the inspector here, the handsome one, whatever assistance he requires. But Lady Ul'dah, what about... yes. My dear Maria's name day present. I had in mind one of the prize pieces from Esthame's latest seasonal collection. You would be able to procure one for me, yes? Or shall I eliminate the middleman and make the trip to Ul'dah myself? I'll say it just once more, Gugaria. I expect you to give the inspector and his companions your full assistance. They, yes, even the stupid one, help me regain something truly priceless. Yeah, something more valuable than any mere trinket. Alright, I'll tell you what I know, but you didn't hear it from me, got it? I was looking into the killing on behalf of a client of mine. Thief's got himself some of that zombie dust. The traitor Spurn, was it? And his cards speak of 5 victims. It got me to thinking, Sil'dih, 5 victim... Aye, the Arbiters of Truth. The Arbiters of Truth? I'm not familiar with the name. Aye, a few would be, on account of them being something of a secret society and all. Influential personages of the Sultanate, you see, working from the shadows to keep false knowledge about the Ul'dah-Sil'dih conflict from reaching the ears of folk like you and me. False knowledge? Pray tell, just what sort of knowledge might that be? Balls, don't make me say no more. I've got a family to feed. Okay. Confirmed they kept Thal's balls in the game. I can rest easy now. Oh, that's a load off my shoulders. Ay. Very well. Just tell us one last thing. Who hired you and where can we find him? Hob. His name's Hob. When he heard what I said, he told me that he was going to set sail for Limsa with his 5 best sellswords to guard his back. Said there were many prying eyes at the airship docks. Said he had a private ship docked and waiting for him at Vesper Bay. But remember, he didn't hear none of this from me. This man Hob must be one of the killer's targets. Doubtless he also knows the identity of the remaining one. I doubt that. They say the Arbiters are so secretive they don't even know each other's true identities. Now, don't ask me how all this works, but Hobbs got high-ranking friends in the Brass Blades. Once he heard the victims had been all zombified, he panicked. Guess he knew that he'd be next. Thank you very much, my kind sir. Once again, the ancient Manderville art of parley has procured for us a key of morsel knowledge. A key morsel of knowledge. Let us seek out this Hob fellow and see what he can share with us, and let us hurry, the man's life is in danger even as we speak. This? But Master Hob, is everything quite alright? No, stand back, Ellie. Brains! Hunger! I hunger for your brains! Damn, there's no saving the man. Fafalan, do what you must. Yes, my first-hand knowledge of zombies tell me this particular shade of green is unmistakably that of the undead. It seemed we were a few moments late to the scene. A message, and then there was one. There it is again. Is something the matter, Inspector? Indeed, Nashu, there is. Ever since I picked up the trail of the Phantom Thief, I've had this fleeting sense, a sense that someone or something is watching us. The thief might be close at hand, we should be careful. For the moment, let us return and report our findings to Miss Phyllis. Secret society or no, knowing the identities of its members may yet lead us to the final victim. I too had best return to the Mithril Eye. Let's meet up again after. I'll see what new clues I can uncover in the meantime. You will do nothing of the sort, Miss Ellie. These streets are far too dangerous for you to walk alone. Inspector, I'll go with her. If you insist, Nashu, then I give my leave, but pray be wary. Not just of the thief, but of Miss Ellie. She has quite the temper, as we both know. Miss Ellie, there's something I must tell you when this case is over. Be safe and promise me that you will not attempt anything rash, as you did that time when the fiend took aim at my own life. Your life, at Costa del Sol. Yes, that was quite the ordeal, wasn't it? I'll be careful, I promise. I eagerly await the day when I may hear what it is you would share with me. A secret vow? Oh, consider my interest piqued as well, good Inspector. Now let us be off. Miss Phyllis awaits our report. This is about 17 minutes left on the stream. If I don't finish this in then, I'm just gonna go overtime, just to put that out there now. The news of Hobbs' death will not sit well with Miss Phyllis, but a gentleman must do what a gentleman must do. A fourth victim? Thal have mercy. Were you able to glean aught of a connection to the other victims? The Arbiters of Truth? No, it cannot be. Somebody help. Miss Ellie? The voice came from the direction of the vault. We must hurry. Oh. Miss Ellie, are you hurt? That man, I only thought to ask him a few questions. Before I knew what was happening, he was upon me. I could only bash his brains with a conveniently placed bottle of mead, it would seem. Aha, remind me not to get on your bad side, Miss Ellie. That said, is Nashu not with you? He saw a figure lurking in the shadows and went off in pursuit before I could stop her. This man wears the armor of a Sultan-sworn squire, yet his face is unfamiliar to me. Something is amiss. The thief of many faces? To think we would find our man like this. Thrice and again did the fiend elude our grasp, but no more. By virtue of a gentleman's ingenious deductions and a lady's pugilistic puissance, I declare this case closed. I return this sachet to you, Miss Phyllis. Whilst the gesture was appreciated, in the end it proved superfluous to meet my cracking of the case. While you're at it, is there anything else of immense value that you'd like to wantonly destroy? What is the meaning of this? Ingenious, a double disguise, planted by the thief to throw us off his trail, no doubt. This is Guigu, one of my most capable men. I assigned him to guard the vault and outfitted him with an ample supply of demasking dust. It is inconceivable that the thief could so easily elude his grasp. Unless the thief was not wearing a mask. Speaking of which, has anyone seen Miss Ellie? No, that's impossible. Of course, it all makes perfect sense. With the Phantom Thief to thank for his burgeoning readership and rise through the ranks at the Mithril Eye, Miss Ellie cannot bear to face the possibility of her story of a lifetime coming to an end. Thus, she hatched a plan to... But, my lady, the vault has been breached. The wise man's whisper. It's gone. For her foul crimes against the Sultanate, I hereby declare Ellie of the Mithril Eye, the thief of many faces, an enemy of the state. Deploy all troops and do not rest until she is in custody. And now the game is truly afoot. What is the meaning of all this racket and rumpus? And just as we were about to make our triumphant return, isn't that so, Enkidu? Okay. Miss Ellie, Miss Ellie, that shadow you said you saw, I think it was just a dormouse. A dormouse. I think he'd literally stumble face first onto the second mask. His good fortune truly knows no end. But not to worry. Yes, I dare say the Phantom Thief has another trick or two up his sleeve. Oh. Now what? How could we have been so blind? When you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable. My ever loyal associate. You must find Miss Ellie and quickly. Surely if confronted by her constant companions, she can still be convinced to abandon this fool plan. Aho, Miss Phyllis. I thought you had already departed in the company of your men. All for the better. Shall we conduct the search together? I fear that would only put them at greater risk. You see, the fifth and final member of the Arbiters of Truth, the Phantom Thief's final target, is none other than... Hildebrand Mander? Me. Mind you, it is not a role I sought of my own accord. My name and my passion for history are somewhat well known in the Sultanate. One day I received an anonymous letter stating that a position in the committee had opened and I had been chosen to fill it. The letter went on to enumerate my duties to prevent the spread of historical lies that would sully the name of our illustrious nation. As a high-ranking officer in the Sultan Sworn, I was deemed to be in a particularly unique position to serve as an arbiter. I knew that there were other members of the organization, but was told nothing of their names or identities. To think that my unknown compatriots were the victims all along. I cannot put any more lives in danger. I will sequester myself in a place where my presence can cause no harm, till such time as the killer is apprehended. Your concern for our well-being is most touching, Miss Phyllis, but there is no need for such caution. As a seasoned inspector, I am more than capable of protecting a lady in distress. As a gentleman, that is exactly what I shall do. My associates here also stand at your side. Speaking of which, has anyone seen my loyal assistant? Inspector, over here. Ah, there you are, Nashu. You really shouldn't run off on your own like that, and I was worried sick about you. Sorry, Inspector. Miss Ellie said she saw somebody in the shadows, so I went to take a look. Now, there wasn't anything there but a dormouse, but it was a really cute dormouse, you see. Just kept squeaking and scurrying away, and I just... Pardon me for a moment, Nashu. Yes, my inspector's sense speaks to me. Someone is watching us. Bapholan, let us split up and canvass our surroundings. Where's Miss Ellie? Do you think she went looking for the dormouse too? Come on to you, Stinky. Apologies, but I require a moment alone with my thoughts. Cannot allow my presence to put my men in danger. A water-stained letter lies conspicuously on the floor. Be wary and be warned. Trust no one, and your friends all the less. This will avail you well. Use it wisely. Obtain a sachet of demasking dust, and the next instant you feel an intimidating presence behind you. Uh-oh. Ho ho ho, if it isn't my beloved son's staunch companion, the mighty Bapholan. I was in the area on a matter of business, which I curtailed when I felt a suspicious presence from the shadows. Pursuing it led me here. Mayhap it is the same for you? Aho, so your pursuit of the thief of many faces has taken quite the unexpected turn, and now you have come upon a series of anonymous letters? Mayhap our watcher in the shadows is a friend? Or is this but another trap laid by the fiend? Yes, the plot thickens like a dollop of salamander oil. In either event, I dare say the circumstances call for utmost caution. The thief could be anywhere or anyone, myself excluded, of course. No mere mask could replicate the physique of this Manderville man. That said, I fear my dear Hildy may be in a bit over his head this time. Allow me to assist in your investigation. Were anything to happen to Hildebrand, his dear mother would not be pleased. Okay. If the sender speaks true, the villain even now lurks within our midst. And yet, we have but a single sachet of demasking dust at our disposal. We must identify the imposter beyond reasonable doubt before we proceed. You know the players better than I. What say you have a few words with each of them and see if aught seems amiss? Am I doomed to share the same fate as the others? I'd sooner die than become one of those things. Miss Ellie is the Phantom Thief. It is the only logical conclusion, and yet I cannot help but feel that another truth still evades us. Inspector Briardine told me all about it. Who'd have thunk Miss Ellie was the Phantom Thief all this time? He sure fooled me. Ho ho ho, dear reader. Nothing particularly odd about any of them, you say? It stands to reason. The Fiend would not take such a risk if he were not utterly confident that he could pull off the ruse. Curses, this one's not half the fool his son is. I must elude him, and quickly. Time is of the essence. I question the Sultan sworn outside. To a man, they insist they have seen naught of Miss Ellie. Wherever could she have gone? But father, what brings you here? Yes, finally the pieces are coming together. Now, if you would kindly stand still and shut up, the Fiend already stands among us. Among us! Inspector Briardine, I should hope you're not doubting me. While I'm quite convinced that even a master impersonator would struggle to recreate your particular brand of idiocy, the fact remains that anyone here who has spent even a moment alone must be considered a suspect. The thief has proven to be highly efficient at assuming new identities. An astute observation, my gangly friend. I'd say this occasion calls for a dose or two of that powder Faffaline here found earlier. There wouldn't happen to be another sachet or two lying about, would there? What remains of our supply has already been distributed to the search party, but worry not. They should be reporting back within a bell's time. Time might be against me, but just you watch. I'll wiggle my way out of this and turn you into the reeking, drooling corpse you deserve to be. I fear that it's more time than we can afford, Miss Phyllis. Unfortunately, my powers of deduction will lay the Fiend's face bare within minutes. We know that, given the choice, the thief prefers to impersonate familiar personages. As Miss Ellie has had only passing interactions with my dear father, we can safely eliminate him from consideration. That leaves myself, Nashu, and Faffaline here. Nashu and I, in particular, have had a close and extended relationship with our suspect. I shall begin by questioning mine own assistant. I assure you that none know her better than I. Brilliant reasoning as ever, Spectre. Go on, ask me anything. All the time is for this overstuffed buffoon to start talking sense. If you ask me anything too obscure, my cover is as good as blown. My relationship with Nashu is so close, I dare say, at times it is as if we share a mind. If this Nashu is truly my ever-loyal assistant, he should have no trouble completing my thoughts. Ahem. I'm a Manderville. Man. Doing what only a Manderville can. From the peaks of Kurthis to Thanalan, Manderville. Man, you're the best, Inspector. Perfect score. You may rest easy, dear friends. This is unmistakably, unequivocally, indubitably the true Nashu. I've never loved you more than now, you marvelous muttonhead, you. Nashu, is something the matter? Just because you've picked up a few more wrinkles beneath the eyes, there's no need to avert that charming face of yours. Wrinkles? Wrinkles? Look who's talking, you crusty, cretinous old... genius inspector? Gotti. Exposed. The charade is up, Miss Ellie. Miss Ellie, you look somehow different? So the letter spoke true. The Fiend was in our midst all along. My prodigious powers of deduction scream out to me. This woman knows something. Another two-layered mask, mayhap, but no, this woman bears a striking resemblance to Miss Ellie. Seven hells, done in by a muscle-bound muttonhead and his motley troop of mummers. Just who are you? Your resemblance to Miss Ellie is most uncanny, and yet... Consulting Inspector Briardine, once again you fail to measure up to your lofty reputation. Of course we resemble each other. Ellie is, after all, my own flesh and blood, my beloved sister and my eminently capable partner in crime. 1,000 faces I may wear, but only one name do I bear. You can call me a Ceci, charmed, I'm sure. More like Sussy. Are you quite alright? Why, you look as if you've seen a ghost. Despite my moniker, I assure you that Ellie and I are no specters. What we are, mind you, are the last living scions of Sil'dih aristocracy. Amused, are you? Befuddled to find two sisters behind the mask? Try using your brains once in a while. Every time you encountered the thief, Ellie was standing right in your midst. No, the thief that 4 times stole the show, and those priceless relics, was me. Meanwhile, Ellie had hid in plain sight, supplying me with just the knowledge I needed to stay one step ahead of my pursuers, all while spinning the hair-raising tales of my exploits that won the hearts of this nation. We owe a lot to you, truly. Why, without the tales of your hapless attempts to catch me, we never could have risen to these heights of celebrity. Miss Ceci, from a gentleman to a lady, I would ask you one thing and one thing only. Just what is it that you and Miss Ellie hope to accomplish with all of your schemes? Justice. 400 years ago, Ul'dah dogs reduced our great nation to a nation of zombies. At long last, the cowards that would still justify these foul deeds will suffer the same fate. Wait, the histories say that it was Sil'dih that turned their own men into zombies. The histories lie, and you work from the shadows, silencing those who would speak the truth. You should have died with your fellows, false arbiter. It was Ul'dah that ordered the creation of that dreadful powder and wielded it as a weapon against our proud ancestors. The history of your glorious sultanate is but a lie. What is this madness you speak, woman? Not madness, truth. The powder in my possession was stolen from the Ul'dah army 4 centuries ago by one of my ancestors. They say it was his final act of courage in the moments before his leg fell off and his rotting head dropped from his shoulders. This is the truth that the histories don't tell. The truth that this doe-eyed sultan sworn would kill to keep buried deep in the sands of Thanalan. But your time of reckoning is nigh. Oh yes, before long, you and everyone in this rotten nation will know firsthand the horrors of my ancestors knew. Ahahaha. And just what do you mean by that? Oh, how the idiots lap up the stories. A masked crusader for justice, a dashing rebel, waging battle against power and authority. Oh, if only they knew. But they will see soon enough, when they're eating each other's brains out on the streets. In the last days before our proud nation was razed to the ground, a band of the final survivors stole a vast quantity of the powder from the Ul'dah vaults, hiding it away in a secret vault sealed with powerful magics. The sole means by which the vault may be opened? By assembling 4 secret relics from Belladia. 4 relics once housed in the royal palace of Sil'dih, before the Ul'dah dogs stole them and claimed them for their own. And so it dawns upon you at last. Yes, even as we speak, Ellie makes for the vault, 4 relics safely in hand. Just think, one day you'll be able to tell your grandchildren you were there when zombie powder rained down on Ul'dah. No wait, you'll all be dead. Preposterous. But first, you, my dear, you will not even have the pleasure of looking upon the last moments of your precious homeland. Let your flesh rot like all of your rotten lies. I think not, Miss Ceci. Hildebrand. You idiot, just for once could you not get in the way? Godbert Manderville. I can't even trust your starry arse to look after him for a day. I knew it. That presence watching over us from the shadows. It was you, my dear wife. You may recognize this person. It was one of the women that Ultras was like hitting on in the streets. Am I to understand that you are Hildebrand's mother? Aye, this is more like it. Hand to hand, skillet to skillet. It's enough to send a warrior's pulse racing. Prepare yourself. The time of our final confrontation is nigh. Do you have popotos for brains, you overstuffed buffoon? My beloved boy's been turned into a stinking corpse, if you hadn't bloody noticed. You, Fafalan or something, was it? Sil'dih's told me all about your hijinks together. Pleased to meet ye. My dear boy has always had a bit of a rebellious streak. What can I say? I can come on a bit too strong at times. But can you blame me? This time I thought I'd sit back and leave things to my sorry-arse husband here, and look what that got me. You'll help me out, won't you? I dare say it's quite clear who wears the pants in the family, so to speak. He doesn't even have pants on, dude. I thought you were an inspector. Inspector Hildebrand's mother? Reunited with my dear boy for the first time in ages, and just look at him. He's green. Fortunately, there's still time to reverse the zombie curse. And I know just the remedy. A phial of holy water. The ingredients are simple. A patter of oversoul rags and a phial of twice distilled water. Sintgat of the market stocks the former, and the latter you can procure from a trader by the name of Guest. Now hurry. Once the poison spreads throughout its veins, no antidote will save him. In the meantime, I will search for the bumbler's bumbling assistant. With any luck, Miss Nashew is still alive. Ouch, that smarts. Yegads, Sil'dih, you're looking none too hardy yourself. No thanks to you, you bumbling oaf. Now, are you going to accompany Fafalan here and make yourself useful, or do I have to reintroduce you to that wall? But of course, my lady, Gilgamesh is ever at your service. It's in God's sundries, was it? Come now. There's work to be done. Piece over, yeah. Oversoul rags, you say? I fear that I've only a single tatter left in stock, and it's already been spoken of. But my good man, you must reconsider. My dear friend's life, and quite possibly mine own as well, hangs in the balance. I sympathize with your plight, friend, but a man has to make a living. I've been promised a copious supply of rare chimera membrane for these rats. Unless you can offer me the same, no deal. Ah, and you expect us to be able to summon such a rarity out of nowhere at a moment's notice? Oh, look what we have here, if it isn't the Warrior of Light from the Coliseum. Funny who you meet at the markets. As it happens, I just returned from my training, and the slaying of 10 chimeras just happened to be my task for the day. If it's chimera membrane you seek, you're more than welcome to a share. My lady, you are far too kind. Don't mention it. If it hadn't been for Inspector Hildebrand and Fafalan here, I'd still be tag-teaming with that slimy beast and cheating my way to fame and fortune. I'm a woman who pays her debts. I'll take me if that wasn't a Villa of the Tempest. Ever since she confessed to her trickery and started climbing back up from the bottom of the ranks, I've been proud to call myself one of her biggest fans. While I have half a mind to give you the rags you seek simply for the privilege of meeting her. A kind sentiment, my good man, but we are more than happy to uphold our side of the bargain, aren't we? And with this, our task here is done. Now, let us find this traitor named Guest. Blundering Manderville boy is on his last legs and you need something of mine to save him, you say? Perhaps you can give me a good reason why I should care. Those bloody Mandervilles are richer than the traders themselves, yet they have the audacity to haggle me down to the last gill for every purchase. If the family line ended today, I'd be a happier and wealthy man. And now, I believe the ballroom calls. Good day to you, and do pass along my condolences to the grieving parents. Have you not a shred of honor or compassion in that spindly body? Business rival or no, the man is on death's doorstep. After the events of that day, my father will not so easily forgive and forget, but it matters not to me. No, my love for you is as deep as the seven seas. I beg of you, my love. Have the stance? Fafalan, what a lovely surprise. Are you here for the ball, perchance? Heavens, the poor inspector. Well, if it isn't the Lapis maiden in the flesh, what say you bid farewell to preening fops and scruffy adventurers and share a dance with a cultured gentleman, fitting your great beauty? Why, it would be a pleasure and an honor both, my lord. Provided you first provide my good friend Fafalan with the bottle of twice distilled water that he seeks. You know this man? Bah, if that is the price you would set, then so be it. Take it. It's barely worth its weight in gil anyway. Now, shall we, Miss Arabella? I knew Sil'dih to be a worthy rival, but to think he was this beloved by so many, clearly this realm would deeply mourn his loss. Quickly, let us deliver these goods while there is still time to save him. Trust the two of you wouldn't dare to come back empty-handed. True, true. Bloody brilliant. I'd take you over my muscle-headed half-wit of a husband any day. Please. Let's make it official right now. I'll stand back and let me show you some real Manderville home cooking. Oh, you bloody bugger. Guide my skillet. Alright, this should stop its spread. Now it's up to Sil'dih to flush what's left out of his system. Don't worry, he's my son after all. I reckon he's still got some fight left in him. Look who I found. She was slumbering obliviously in a rubbish-strewn corner of Pearl Lane. Boy, did that nap feel good. Yes, I'm sure it did. Affilan, word has it that Ellie has been sighted at the Sil'dih ruins. We must go there with all haste. Done well, my dear boy, today. You've done well by my dear boy today. Don't worry, I'll handle things from here. There's a nice warm bed for him. I think I know a few specialists who might know a thing or two about his condition. What in the seven hells are you standing around for? The future of Ul'dah is at stake. Affilan, your strength is yours as well, for Ul'dah and for our friend Sil'dih. You remind me of my husband, what with you having more muscles than sense. You're so keen on making yourself useful, why don't you run to the markets and bring me some fire crystals? Keeping my dear boy warm is key to fighting off the zombification. Let's see, I believe 20 crates or so should suffice. That I am a warrior, not an... yes, milady. Oh. I say, Enkidu, the burden we must bear simply to secure my long-awaited final confrontation with Affilan. That said, the events of today have given me cause to reflect. Affilan and Sil'dih both. Oh, to be blessed with such veritable legions of friends, tried and true. But alas, not I. No, only one true friend have I ever known, and she is long lost to me. You are a fine bird, and have given me great comfort in my travels, but you will never be Enkidu, my one and true companion. Oh, my friend, were you here with me, even Affilan could not stand against our combined might. Oh, Enkidu, wherever may you wander, hear my words, and return here to my side. Enkidu, do you hear me? Enkidu! Egads, what was that flash from the heavens? It nearly blinded me. And what? The crystals, where have they gone? Fancy meeting you here, old friend. That voice, could it be? My faithful companion, why must you always make me wait so? Alright. Nice. What are you doing dilly-dallying around here? Let me jog your memory. There's a moonsick maid digging around at the Sil'dih excavation site with her mind set on turning Ul'dah into the land of the walking dead. Your concern for Sil'dih is most touching, but don't you worry. Mommy Dearest isn't gonna let her beloved son kick the bucket that easily. Okay. Let's go confront. We've managed to track down Miss Ellie just up ahead, where your friends watch over her as we speak. Yet no matter how many times we try to reach out to her, she refuses to so much as answer. Needless to say, we considered physically incapacitating her, but that crate she's sitting on isn't just a makeshift chair, it's filled to the brim with the traitor's spurn. One misstep and the consequences could be dire indeed. You are our only hope. Even in her single-minded rage, surely the time you spent together must still count for something. You need not put yourself in undue anger. I only ask that you step forth to where your voice may be heard and call out your friend's name. I beg of you. Surely if anyone can convince that woman to abandon her madness, it is you. All out. Let's see, you guys got to say. Oh, to think this girl and her sister were behind the crimes all along. I dare say this realm is awash with capable adversaries. Miss Ellie, and I thought we were friends. You do well not to anger the last friend. She's sitting atop an ample supply of that zombie powder, and I suspect she's not afraid to use it. Beggars belief that I could have been so blind. Say, Ellie! Affilan, I suggest you leave this place while you still can. I bear you no grudge, but should you so much as think of interfering, I'll not hesitate to turn you into a zombie too. So it was you after all. Consider me disappointed. Your sister Ceci is already in custody. Surrender now and I will see that no harm befalls her. How little you understand us, Inspector. Then again, how could one born into a life of power and privilege ever hope to understand? Ceci and I have no family, no friends, no fortune, nothing. Two sisters against the world, with only our quest for justice to give us meaning. Long ago we made a vow. Should the worst happen, our mission takes priority over all. Yes, even over our own wretched lives. Do you see now? Anything I might have once had to lose, I lost long ago. Now stand down or suffer the same fate as the Ul'dah dogs you would defend. Ellie, stop this madness. Sorry, Inspector. There's too many of them. All in a day's work for a Manderville man. And now. Damn it. You only delay the inevitable. I have an entire legion of the undead at my beck and call. Face it, it's only with Inspector Hildebrand's ridiculously good fortune that you haven't made it this far. And he's as good as 6 fulms under. Be forewarned, girl. Know that I speak from experience when I say, underestimate Hildy and you do so at your own peril. I'm afraid you underestimate me as well. No mere splash of holy water can stave off the effects of the traitor's spurn. I fear the Inspector's luck has finally run out. Balls, is there no end to them? I'm not liking our chances. Craig, was it? He's just given up. He's just like, yeah, that's me. A shame to lose you, Faffilan. Warrior of light that you are, you might yet have served one last purpose for us. Go forth, my zombie minions. Oh my god. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. Bugger me with a broadsword, are my eyes to be believed? That pose. No, these are not 4 warriors of light that I see. They are 4 gentlemen of light. Just so, my good man. Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. Did you miss me? Aye, we meet again, girl. Tell me you've got my snurble tonic, or I'll fashion myself a wig from your lovely locks after I've ripped them clean from your bloody head. Oh, hello there, Mr. Elazar. Cor, you're looking absolutely resplendent today. Impossible. The holy water couldn't have cured him. It didn't. Fortunately, our overlord spent quite some time building up an immunity to zombie powder. When we heard that Master Zombie Brand was at risk of joining the actual dead, we knew we had to take action. An immunity to... I'm just going to pretend that makes any kind of sense. The game is up, Miss Ellie. Pray abandon this madness. Besides, plots of mass murder hardly suit a lady like yourself. It's over. It's all over. Inspector Briardine said there was something you would tell me when all this was through. I imagine you have no words for me now. Ellie, your powers of deduction are wanting. You said that you had lost everything and everyone you had to lose, did you not? As for me, I have found something, someone with whom I intend never to part. I care not if it takes years, even decades. When you emerge from your jail cell a free woman, I will be there. What say you? Awkward. Miss Ellie, while the crimes perpetrated by you and your sister are unpardonable, you are far from the only ones guilty. On behalf of this syndicate, I offer my apologies for the false aspersions cast upon your ancestor. He said that the nation of Ul'dah was built on lies. Seeing what I have seen today, I cannot deny your words. It will not be an easy task to rewrite, nay, restore history, but know this. I will do everything in my power to bring the truth to the fore. Are we not forgetting someone here? And by someone, I mean me. If you're quite done playing Cloak and Dagger, I require Fafalan's presence for a matter of far greater importance. Aye, the time of our too long delayed confrontation is nigh. Why the long face, friend? But mayhap this will have you singing a happier tune. Could it be? The Treaty Blade, and the true one at that. None other, and I have not the slightest intention of parting with it, save to the one who would defeat me in single combat. Ah, but I misspeak. It will not be single combat this time. Is that my cue, old friend? I'll be merciful. What is that abomination? Some new breed of void scent? Abomination? I'll thank you to address my companion with courtesy, girl. Ah, but 'twas the most curious thing. There I was, hauling a crate full of crystals for Hildy's mother, thinking how much better things would be if my dear friend Enkidu were here. Then came a flash from the heavens, and the next thing I knew, there she was. By the gods, it makes perfect sense. Doubtless the crystals heard Greg's heartful plea, summoning forth his friend. Nay, no mere friend, but rather the primal Enkidu. And the world has now completely and utterly ceased to be bound by the laws of logic. Afalan, you may have bested me in the past, but facing the two of us together will not prove so easy a task. And yet, I trust you will not shirk from the challenge. Aye, Enkidu and I shall await you at Amdapor Keep. Is a ways from here, but what better venue for a climactic confrontation? If you would claim the treaty blade, then claim it from me as a warrior. To the skies, Enkidu, to the skies. Two against one? That's not very gentlemanly of you, Greg. Come, Fafalan, to Amdapor. This is a grave development indeed. To think that one man could summon a primal on his own. I must send word to the Scions at once. Oh, but of course, I had near forgotten we had a warrior of light in our very midst. Please, Fafalan, you are our only hope to slay the primal and reclaim the blade. Do I have to? Ay, ay, ay. I guess. So last time I was in this area... Actually, wait. All's well that ends well, eh? Hildy's undead acquaintances were kind enough to make an appearance at my request. Who'd have thought zombies could be such gentlemen? I reckon it must be my son's good influence. Oh ho ho, I knew that if anything could bring Hildy back from the undead, it would be my dear wife's hand-mixed holy water. That's the world-class culinarian I married. Look at the Inspector go. I'm right behind you, Inspector. And with that, my work here is done. You are by far the least incompetent associate I encountered in my travels. For preserving some shred of my sanity, you have my thanks. That said, my time in this land was not a total loss. My experience here have taught me an important lesson. But this world and the fools who populate it rarely, if ever, abide by the principles of logic. This should serve me well in my future cases. Most importantly of all, I leave here with a vow that has given my life new meaning. Ahem. But this is no time for sentiment. Sorry for deceiving you. For what it's worth, it wasn't personal. I mean, I kind of... Like, yeah. Oh, I wouldn't expect it to be personal. Alright. Last time I was here, I was getting frame drops, so let's see if that changed. Yeah? Okay, so that's good. Of course. Ahem, is that you? Pray forgive me. I was right on Greg's trail when I encountered a subterranean curiosity that demanded my immediate attention. I will be concluding my investigation forthwith, but in the meantime, might I trouble you to entertain Greg and his primal friend in my stead? Together, we will reclaim the treaty blade from that knave. Yes, just go ahead, I'll be along directly. I don't know if anybody's around for this that's watching and is interested in joining. I'll give you about a minute to respond if you are. Otherwise, I'm just gonna queue, because I'm already way over time. I would like to end this. But first, let us put on our gear. Do this. Perfect. Perfect. Bow, 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 bow. Do it. Gonna do it. Battle on the big keep. Hopefully this doesn't take forever. Average wait time, 12 minutes. Oof. No good. In the meantime, since we're kind of starting to wind down here, I'll remind anybody that isn't already in my Discord that you can find the link to that below the stream. You can keep up to date with stuff I'm doing, notifications for when I go live and all that fun stuff. You can also find a link to my YouTube where all the recordings of these streams will be uploaded to. And curious, you can also check out this Google spreadsheet I have listing all of the games I'm interested in playing on Thursdays, which is kind of like my variety day. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow, bow. Fortunately, we must wait. The joys of waiting for other people to queue for the same content as you. This is the riveting gameplay everyone has come into the stream for. I have an idea, though. Let us participate in fates. Then we can at least, do something, right? We're already queued. Let's see, where should I go? Northern Thanalan, probably? Maybe? Yeah. Why not? And get rank 5 or Chocobro as well. Okay. Matter of fact, let's check to make sure. Yep. Almost there. Okay. I don't know if I could probably solo that. One might be a little tougher. It's like a boss fight, if I remember correctly. Go, go, Gorgamera. Alright, bitch. I'm gonna run. Yeah, screw that. As soon as he deleted half my health in like an instant, I was over it. I think that's also an achievement fate. So kind of, you know, makes sense, right? Alright. Let's go down to this one, which I think is an escort, which I'm not a big fan of. But we'll do it anyway. Oh man. Tell me, did you happen to see a pair of double-crossing snakes on your way here? No, I suppose you did not. But that is no longer of any matter. What matters is the opportunity that sits here before us. That is, unless you are a double-crossing snake as well. Look around, what do you see? Does this look like any place for an unarmed merchant? Yeah, well... How about I just escort you, buddy? Gonna stop every 10 steps, bro. I think this guy might, problems. God. Of course you got paralyzed, asshole. I'm a wary merchant, but I won't even move out of the way. Oh. Let's see if we can kill these really quick. Alright, come on. Come on. Paralyzed bastard. Got 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Okay. I was gonna do all that shit. I wanted some of the goods, even though it's just a small amount of XP and whatnot. Whew. Long last, we meet again on the battlefield. I dare say Enkidu shall come to enjoy our tussles as much as I. You, however, might not find this one so enjoyable, unless you enjoy getting pounded senseless. Ha! So the trick here is Enkidu uses White Wind, so you'd basically just have to focus Enkidu. There's some other stuff too, but... Oh, I'm slowed. Please remove this slow. I'm never gonna be able to cast anything otherwise. Oh, thank God. I can deal with heavy, but slow that's too much. There's White Wind. A toad. Oh, let me just... Let me just... Yeet. Me run away? Ha! I was but seeking out a more suitable spot to celebrate my victory. Enough exposition, now we fight like men, and ladies who dress like men. Yo! For Gilgamesh, it is transmogrifying time. Oh shit. The mightiest warrior ever to grace the Eorzea stands before you, by which I mean I, Gilgamesh. Prepare yourself. Alright. I don't really want to kill those chains as fast as possible. To think my full complement of arms would avail me not. Yeah, I'm pretty cool. No more hijinks from Gilgamesh, you have my word. Treaty Blade 2, I shall return. Just as soon as I remember where I hid it. Anyway, I yield to your unparalleled puissance. Spare him. Yeah, that chain is distance based, so the further you are away from the boss, the weaker it gets. Also, I won the minion by default because I'm sure everybody else has it. Finally, we're gonna be able to put the Realm Reborn Manderville quest away. Not. Ha, I lied. Again, like a rug. You can take that fusty old blade for all I care. I thirst for true power, and not save the strongest of swords will suffice. Warrior of Light, you have proven a worthy opponent, but I warn you, treasure every moment with your weapon. For as sure as day follows night, the hour will come when I claim it as mine own, till we meet again. God damn. What ho, Fafelan? Have you seen Greg and his oversized avian companion? Lead me to them at once, and we shall deliver the coup de grace together. The battle has already been won? That is triumphant news indeed. Clearly the lessons you have learned from me have not been for naught. And what's this you say? The treaty blade lies hidden somewhere in the nearby wood? Worry not, my ever-loyal associate, for no buried treasure will escape the keen eye of Hildebrand, agent of inquiry and inspector extraordinaire. Now, which way is the forest again? Fafelan, what news of the primal and the treaty blade? Remarkable. I knew the Warrior of Light would emerge triumphant. Let us hope that Inspector Hildebrand enjoys similar success in finding the blade. Such design, such craftsmanship, at once bold and powerful, yet sensitive and refined. I believe I found the inspiration for my next masterpiece. Of course they're beautiful. They were the greatest treasures of lost Sil'dih. To think that they were locked away in the vaults of those that destroyed our homeland and dragged our ancestors' names through the mud. And just how did you come to know of these long-lost relics? There was an ancient scroll passed down in our family, left to us by our dear grandmother. It spoke of the 4 warriors of light, their 4 relics, and an incantation of untold power. If we could have wielded this magic of legend, Ellie and I might still have had the last laugh. Alas, speaking the words had no effect. Only a warrior of light can wield the power, or so the legend goes. What I wouldn't have given to see it, the ultimate achievement of the greatest mages this realm has ever known. Just what sort of incantation is this? The ring casts open the doors of justice. The wise man whispers a verdict true. Asma's virtue shines down from the heaven. To complete the incantation, the warrior of light would then hold forth the treaty blade and speak, "Blade in hand, I swear unto you." Legends differ as to what happens next, but all speak of a great holy radiance shining down from the heavens. Over here, friends, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, returns with tidings most triumphant. Definitely something you should do. Behold, safe in my hands, none other than the treaty blade, and the real one this time, I swear unto you. Yes, yes, just like that, I swear unto you. Then... My word, whatever is this odd tingling sensation? Ridiculous. Hildebrand isn't a warrior of light. He's just some fool who thought he could stop the lesser moon with his own bare hands. It would seem the Treaty Blade is just as confused as the rest of us. No, the light. Someone stop it. I won't stand to see the legendary power of our forefathers wielded by this muscle-bound buffoon. Skyward ho! Well, I dare say that proved to be a most useful incantation indeed. And so the light of justice that shone from the Treaty Blade banished the shadow, returning peace to the land. So the legend ended. I must say, I never expected it to be quite literally a beam of light. I suppose it wouldn't have been much use to us after all. Inspector, oh Inspector, wait for me! All's balls, Sil'dih. First you almost die at your poor mother's feet, and now you fly off to God's nowhere without ever giving her a kiss goodbye. Oh ho ho, it appears that a case of wanderlust has once again struck Hildebrand, as it has many a Manderville man before him. Godspeed, my boy. When the day comes that you tire of mystery solving, your dear old man will be here to pass on to you the family art. So in the end, the Sil'dih incantation of legend was wielded not by a warrior of light, but a gentleman of light. Well, the Treaty Blade is some 6 centuries old after all. Perhaps it's not quite as sharp as it used to be. The magic that brought peace and happiness to the people of Belladia. It was every bit as beautiful as I imagined. I think I would see with my own eyes. It's nothing short of a dream come true. He bumbles and stumbles through yet another case, and still he manages to make a girl's dreams come true. Gentleman to the end, bloody bastard. What's this? A glint in the corner of my eye? A curious scent. Wafting in on the winds from my far-flung land? Do I smell a case? Worry not for me, my friends, for wherever the wronged want for succor, I, Hildebrand, shall be there, till we meet again. Oh, wow. Alright, so we are well over ending time by about an hour. I think we are just gonna find somewhere nice to sit. Like, right perhaps right over here. And I'm gonna call it. Next time we will actually be getting back into the main story. I thought we would get to it tonight, but I underestimated how much of that I had left. Also, what in the... was that? Anyway. It's, yes, right over here. Oh. Probably can't go up here either, I imagine, huh? Oh, you actually can. What do you know? Alright, this is nice. We'll use this. Do this, do this, this. As usual, thanks to everybody for watching and lurking and being generally cool people. Stream will return tomorrow, like I said, with the main story happening. We may get into some optional dungeons, but we shall see when we come to that. But until tomorrow, I'll see you all.